Hello.
Hello? I'm loading.
Yeah.
I want to be like a one.
Oh my god.
Oh, probably. Yeah, I can tell her. All done. Okay. Are we starting? Oh, did the sound check go good? Sound check. Yeah, that definitely. Can you hear it on the live stream, Hamad? Awesome. Well, with the rest of the kick. For joining us tonight. I think I'm going to call this meeting into order. Thank you all for showing up tonight. And before we get into this, I do have something prepared here, just speaking to where we're at as like a student community here. Yeah. Thank you all for coming as we conclude our second legislative cycle. However, before we begin today, I want to recognize that this is a difficult time for our community and that Jayhawks have been called to engage in conversations that impact our community a great deal. We are once again experiencing a moment in KU's history where students, faculty, staff, and a variety of community stakeholders can shape the trajectory of this university. To that end, I must remark on the enormous amount of time that must be dedicated to shared governance at the University of Kansas and thank the student body for undertaking this effort. The Student Senate provides a great platform for students to advocate, and I commend all student senators and those involved in student government at KU for engaging in this work in this space. Due to tonight's high attendance, I feel it is also pertinent to make clear the rules of the Student Senate chamber so that we may all benefit from the discussions we have tonight. Firstly, all senators should state their name and constituencies so that we can maintain an orderly speaker order. Secondly, senators and ex officio members of the Student Senate are allowed to defer speaking rights to other individuals in the chamber. Please follow this procedure when seeking to address the chamber. Lastly, speaking times tonight will be maintained at 2 minutes per Robert's Rules of Order when we are engaging in debate, unless someone motions for an extension of a speaker's time. This also applies for a speaker's question period as well. Once again, thank you for attending tonight's session, and we can now begin with a motion to approve the minutes. All right, motion? Approve the minutes. I see a motion to approve the minutes from Alejandro, and I see a second from Faith. So we will now move into a vote on approving the minutes, and this will count as the attendance vote for tonight.
Is this in the general teams folder? Where is this? KU Student Senate.
Okay, my mic is doing weird stuff. Yeah, it is in the general teams.
Okay. I'm looking for...
It's being created now.
Oh, it's being created. That explains it. I'm like, I can't find it. Good. Is it up yet?
All right, it should be popping up onto the general now.
Okay.
And as always, vote yes if you would like to approve the minutes, no if you would not like to approve the minutes, and abstain if you would like to abstain from this vote. And a reminder that student senators are
I'm still looking for it.
Oh.
Where is it? Is it the top or the bottom?
It's at the bottom.
Okay, sorry. Oh, there it is. New messages.
And I'll just go ahead and let this run for about another minute.
Mm-hmm. I don't see a place to vote. It's weird. Is it? Oh, there it is. Found it. Yes. All right.
All right. Has everyone had a chance to vote on the matter? All right. Still see a couple rolling in, so I'll just give another 30 seconds. All right. Okay, still rolling in. Okay. Has everyone in the chamber had a chance to vote on the matter? All right. Are people still voting on the teams? All right, seeing that no one is voicing any opposition, I will go ahead and move to close this vote. And with a vote of 42 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 1 abstention, this motion clearly passes. And with that, we will move on to our officer reports. Student Senate executive staff will be given 5 minutes to speak, and then we will ask for extensions to speakers' times if people would like to have a question period following that or would like to extend the speaker's time. All right, and our first officer report is President Naya Denise McAdoo.
Can everybody hear me okay? Awesome. Hey, y'all. Glad to see you all here tonight. Welcome everyone to Full Senate. Hope you all are having a great evening, and we appreciate you being here in person, on Teams, and through our streaming services. I firstly want to start this report by giving a trigger warning that tonight's discussion will involve both talks of sexual violence and assault, racism, anti-Blackness, and Black violence. I firstly want to make it very clear that I stand in solidarity with my fellow survivors of sexual violence and those who are continuing to show up and protest. The assault that took place against our fellow student is unforgivable, and the lack of accountability and response on the university level is disheartening and unacceptable. It is my priority as a student body president, but also as a fellow student and survivor, that the survivor in this case and those who are protesting are fully supported by the Student Senate community. It is our job to advocate and make sure that students are feeling seen and heard by the university administration, and we intend to make sure that happens. Protesting is the voice of the people, and standing among you all on the first night, I saw how much you all cared and what you all had to say mattered. It is Chancellor Girard and Provost Bickelmeyer's job to be accountable to their students both on and off campus. Often these cases are dismissed and justice is not adequately delivered to the survivors who have faced both the trauma of the assault itself, but also the trauma around not seeing their violator brought to justice. I want you all to know that I see you, I hear you, and I stand with you. Whatever support you all need from me and however I can use my position of privilege to assist in pressing for justice, I am ready to show up and do so. This is not just a KU issue or a Greek life issue, but a community-wide issue, and it is time that those who are in leadership positions show up and support the community who they serve, not the money and image that they are trying so hard to preserve. And now I will touch on some of the personal things going on regarding myself. Again, trigger warning, the following is going to be mentioning racism, anti-Blackness, racial slurs, and a lot of just disgusting language. I know you don't want to hear it, but the best thing that ever happened to you is that your ancestors were brought to this country as slaves. They had it bad, but you have benefited from their sacrifice. Just imagine living in Africa. Why do you think so many Africans want to come to this country now, even when all the racism you say exists? Naya McAdoo is a racist and the perfect example of how hate hurts Blacks in America. 13 American military heroes of all races, including women, just gave their lives protecting people trying to come to America, and this piece of trash, Naya, wishes death to America. It's truly the most pathetic, ignorant comment any American could say. She's repulsive inside and out. It's really too bad Naya couldn't have been one of the 13 that died, because those heroes should be alive, while scum like Naya don't deserve to live in a America. Just imagine being one of those families, and days later, this fat, ignorant racist doubles down with such hate towards America. Naya offers nothing positive to our great society. I don't care what race she is. She's a racist hater, and Blacks hate people like her. She needs to be put on a plane and sent to Afghanistan. The Taliban are raping women in Afghanistan. Not that anyone would want to rape her fat ass, but I think a year in Afghanistan might make her appreciate America. And we're so tired of the systematic racist bullshit. Naya has never been a slave. Based on her fat ass, it appears she could benefit from some slave labor. Naya, you need to get off your fat, lazy ass and move your body instead of your fat mouth. Ain't all that money you've spent on an education, yet you speak like an uneducated inbreed. You are a piece of feces because you are a piece of feces originating from your mother's rectum. It is understandable that you don't know if you're male or female. Feces has no sexual identity. Get the fuck out. So you hate America. Please feel free to get the fuck out. We don't want commie bastards like you living here anyway. You should be expelled and then sent one way to Afghanistan to live with the other terrorists. It's tragic that the Democratic Party keeps you down and angry. Nija, or whatever your name is, you are a real piece of shit. You hate this country so much. Leave and leave now. Myself and thousands of military vets will pay your way to Africa. I was never prejudiced before people like you started to seek attention, so you have made me prejudiced. Go now, bitch. Get out of this beautiful country. Thank you for being the voice. Fuck you. You un-American piece of dog shit. How dare you, you fat, ugly piece of shit. I know why you are angry. You are fat, ugly, and Arsler, excuse me. I hope you get gangbanged and your mom and dad are forced to eat the cum out of your nasty, smelly pussy. How you like them apples, bitch. Fuck you. Eat shit and die. By the way, my pronoun is I. Picture a middle finger pointed your way, idiot. You will be some loser social worker angry that everyone around you is getting rich. You can't fix stupid. Love Suka. Just because you're the spokesperson for 27,552 students doesn't mean you have to eat 27,552 calories a day. The natives lost the war and we took the land. That ain't a genocide. LOL Cope. You say that as Americans have spent more than $1 trillion propping up the blacks over the decades. Quit your ridiculousness. Cry about it. We won the war and claimed the land. That's not a genocide. So Cope loser. Won't be too long. You'll have a chance to show what you're made of. Fat. Picking cotton built America ? You better watch your back. You opened up a can of worms, even you won't be able to escape. I'm sure there are people who will take offense to what you're saying. If you think your right to free speech doesn't have consequences, then you are sadly naive. I wouldn't want to be you. You marked yourself. Black privilege. They're not held to human standards. Ditto. Blacks make my misery for others every single day. Nigger. Yeah, that's it. Can I have my time extended, please?
Is there a motion on the floor to extend speaker's time? I see a motion from Holly.
I motion to extend.
Who was that?
Jenny Nielsen, graduate senator.
All right, so we have a motion and a second from Jenny. Let's see. Is anyone in opposition to extending the speaker's time? And Holly, how long are you wanting to extend speaker's time? 5 minutes. Any opposition to extending the student body president's time by 5 minutes? All right, I am seeing none in the chamber. Is there any opposition on the teams? All right, once again, hearing none, we will go ahead and extend the speaker's time by 5 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, there's plenty more to see on there. Honestly, if you go on social media, which I'm sure most of you, if not all of you have, there's plenty more where that came from. Yeah, that's just what I've collected in the last couple of days since this situation has happened. A resolution will be brought forth this evening condemning a retweet that I shared on my presidential account saying Happy Friday, Death to America. I want to make it clear that I respect the students' right to formally disagree with my statement and sentiment and wish to see the democratic process through to its entirety. I also want to make it clear that as it stands now, the resolution further reinstates anti-blackness and invalidates real-life experiences of racism, anti-blackness, black violence, and lack of justice to black and brown peoples who continue to be oppressed in this country today. This America was built on indigenous genocide and the free labor of black slaves and continues to operate on the colonial ideas and actions we see manifested in every aspect of American society today. If we are not able to honestly criticize our past and present and how this country continues to treat its black and brown communities and its other underrepresented communities, then we will not see a future of change. In the beautiful words of James Baldwin, not everything that is faced can be changed, but nothing can be changed until it is faced. If I'm expected as a black queer woman to love this country, then I obtain the right to criticize it perpetually. Thank you.
All right. Do we have any questions for our student body president? All right, seeing none, we will go ahead and move to the next item on our agenda, which would be my officer report. Umberto, can you take the chair? All right.
Whenever you're ready.
Ready? Oh, perfect. All right. Thank you, everyone, for allowing me the opportunity to update you on this administration's progress tonight here. Appointments have been made to the University Judicial Board and the University Senate Academic Policies and Procedures Committee. Those committees will be working on sort of like a line by line going into student conduct cases as we start the academic year here. And then APNP will be looking to hold hearings for all of the current academic programs that are facing like discontinuance in the university. On top of that, if you are interested in serving in university senate committees or boards, please feel free to reach out to me at sbvp@ku.edu. I'm going to also be sending out an MS form to the listserv this Friday to gauge interest amongst all students.
SVP? What is it? Sorry. SVP?
Oh, yeah, SBVP as in Student Body Vice President at ku.edu.
Okay.
All right. And yeah, the University Senate's preparing to undertake multiple initiatives through its own standing committees as being like a body that's outside of ours as well. So if you're interested in any of those or like seeing some updates, my impression is that they are really interested in seeing student representation on those committees. And so feel free to reach out and see if you can like represent in those areas. The SSRR Rewrite Committee will be meeting this Friday from 12 to 2 p.m. to discuss the future of the Rewrite project during the fall semester. And a poll is still open on the SSRR Rewrite Teams channel regarding like when that meeting is going to take place. We'll have the meeting from 12 to 2 on Friday this week. However, we'll be moving to whatever time seems to be most popular in regards to like how the poll finishes out at the end of the week here. And once again, that is on the SSRR Rewrite channel. I am also continuing to work with committee chairs to ensure that like the MS Teams integration for Student Senate is working as efficiently as possible. Knowing that it's technology, we're going to have hiccups. It's kind of inevitable, especially at like our university here. But you know, like we're moving through, and I think we are getting great work done in regards to like public records being released on Teams as well. I referenced attendance in my email to the listserv earlier this week, and I believe it should be reiterated today, as well as the comments made by Umberto today through email and on Teams. Attendance is critical for us to conduct business as a legislative body, because it not only defines our quorum, but also allows students transparency in how they're being represented. It's a privilege really to be in this chamber and to represent students in this way and have like the ability to change things such as the $22 million SPE package. Like students are affected every day in this chamber. And so making sure that they are represented well and that potential absences are submitting in advance of the meeting is something that's critical, I think, for the future of this government. And I also want to do a trigger warning for sexual assault, but the University of Kansas over this past week has very clearly seen a wave of student activism in regards to sexual assault on our campus. I would concur with the comments made by our student body president in support of those protesters and want to stand in solidarity as well. I would also like to speak to a comment that was made by, how am I doing on time?
Yeah,
1 minute? 2 minutes? Okay. Let's see. I might need a little extension. Could I get a motion to extend my time by 5 minutes?
I see a motion from Faith.
Motion
To extend time.
I see a second from Danielle. Anyone opposed to extend speakers' times by the time Faith just mentioned? No opposition. 5 minutes. No opposition. All right.
Yes.
All good. You can start.
Thank you. I also would like to speak to a comment that was made by Chancellor Gerard on the 9th of September in the LJ World. He had stated that I strongly disagree with the sentiment of her retweet, and I want to make clear that she does not speak for the university on this or any other matter. And that was very clearly in reference to like the retweet of the Happy Friday Everybody Death to America made through the Student Body President Twitter account. However, what I want to say, and I want to say this pretty like sort of bluntly, is like while I encourage the chancellor to have opinions on matters such as these, what I will not allow for is like a statement that sort of minimizes the role that the student voice has on our campus here. There's a reason that students engage in the democratic election of our student body president, and it is exactly to be represented on the student level. Chancellor Gerard treads on dangerous waters when he tries to say that KU students do not represent this university. Because bluntly and without apology, we are a core part of this community. Students make up this university. We pay the tuition, we pay the fees for this university, and we need to be respected in regards to shared governance in this university. And finally, I would like to make a statement in support for our student body president, my friend Naya McAdoo. The responses made across Twitter and email to our student body president are absolutely deplorable and unrepresentative of the KU community I want to see. No person should receive death threats, racial slurs, body shaming, and idiotic comments from commentators with nothing better to do with their lives than shame Black people and POC folks for condemning white supremacy and trying to minimize the queer and trans experience of folks at this university. To the parents who have sought to condemn us as a student government and have been flooding our voicemails throughout these past few days as well, I also want to say, please recognize that we do not represent you no matter how many dollars you have paid towards this university. We appreciate your comments, but we represent students. We will always and without fail work to advocate for the students on this campus that pay fees and have to experience what it's like to be at KU every day. Our campus community can only become better through the work of KU students, faculty, staff, and administration. As an administration, we hold Black QT folks at the center of our advocacy, because if we can create equity and justice for these communities that are most marginalized, the most demonized in American society, we can secure a better KU and America for everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do folks have any questions for Ethan? All right.
All right, that will be the end of my officer report, but I also have to be transparent that we did also receive a letter from former student body president Tiara Floyd today. And this could be read later in the session here, but I could also read it now. And so I guess I would just like to gauge, would people like me to read this statement now or hold it for later in the session?
You're still within your time, so you could
Within my time?
share it. Yeah.
Okay.
You have 3 minutes. About 2 minutes, my bad.
Perfect. Can I guess, just motion for 5 to be secure on that?
I see a motion. I see a second. All those opposed? I don't see any opposition. All right.
All right, brilliant. And yeah, just to reiterate, this is from our former student body president, Tiara Floyd. To the University of Kansas Student Senate, I condemn your actions and willingness to silence Naya McAdoo. Not only does she have free speech, but it is also a simple tweet that condemns a nation built on racism, genocide, and marginalization of folks. I have firsthand experience at the Senate's attempt to silence queer Black women when it comes to them voicing dissent against racism. Some, if not many of you, were present when I voiced dissent against Grant Daly for his racist comments against me. Many of them publicly attacked me, calling for me to take down my statement, even going so far as trying to get me removed from office. I wish I could say I was shocked or surprised, but I'm not. Instead, I am still disappointed that this body never learned its lesson about how to treat their Black leaders. 2 years after I made history as the first Black woman as student body president, and many years after Black bodies have continued to labor for this chamber, it is sad to see that Naya is still subject to the blatant abuse by Senate members and the KU community as a whole. Let me take some time to tell some of y'all about yourselves. In the 2019 to 2020 school year, I was treated horribly. So bad, in fact, I was using alcohol and other unhealthy coping mechanisms to keep myself going in that office. I was used as a diversity piece and assumed to be a puppet, only doing what 2 white men wanted me to do. Furthermore, I was completely undermined by my own senators, staff, and other students I trusted to support and help me through my term. In February of 2020, I was to my absolute limit, having breakdowns more often than not, drinking heavily, depressed, and ready to quit. All of this came from real people harming me, not a tweet. When I publicly came out about what I was suffering with, still nothing. No support or apology from those harming me, no sympathy, nothing. Instead, senators guarded the abusers and continued on harming me. In April of 2020, amidst a pandemic and declining mental health, Grant Daly decided to make a racist lie against me, double down on it, and proceeded to win an election. While I condemned the statement, others wanted me to shut up, similarly to what you are all currently doing with Naya. Even into the 2020 to 21 school year, I was still ignored by many members, and abusers like Grant were still protected and placed in power. It wasn't until the spring of 21 when I was finally listened to and given an apology. Unfortunately, though, I don't think Grant would have been called to resign if he hadn't dragged others along in his manipulation and lies, but that's for another time. My point in saying all of this is to, 1, remind you all of the lasting harm this body has caused on so many others, including me, and 2, to show clearly not much has changed. You all still ignore and berate Black women when we call out racism. Unfortunately, I'm not sure if the people supporting a resolution against her have nothing else to do with their lives, but I know for a fact there are other things to be worried about and actually utilizing time to fix. For example, clearly the Student Senate needs to do some introspection about why they still get so upset when Black women speak out about racism. There is still a sexual assault problem on this campus. There is still a pandemic happening. There are still marginalized students and people both on campus and in the Lawrence community that can be supported tremendously through the power Senate has. I do not wish to compare any experiences as everything exists wholly as its own, but I cannot ignore the intertwinings and patterns that this body exudes when it comes to racism and other harms against Black women. Instead of condemning Naya, why not stand up for her and condemn the racism and fat phobia she has experienced? Why are y'all so stuck on a tweet that has never harmed someone but wanted to protect someone who actively abused others? It is absolute garbage that anyone would think that condemning a president for freedom of speech on a social media website is the best utilization of the Senate's time. I hope in the future that you all grow up and look at the very real harm being done to our poor trans, Black, and brown siblings and center them instead of centering your privileged asses. And yes, read that word out loud because I know the Senate loves acting proper. Grow up and focus on real issues outside of the internet. A real human being who was harmed by y'all. Tierra Floyd, Student Body President, 19 through 20. And with that, I'll cede my time. Any further questions?
Yes, I see two questions online. Oh, sorry, Jenny. Yes, you have a question. Go ahead.
Are you asking me? I didn't mean to ask a question right now.
Oh, okay. It's okay. Your
I
hand
will
was
have a question eventually, but not now.
Sounds good. Thank you. All right. Thank you, Ethan.
All right, thank y'all. And now I'll reclaim the chair, and our next item on the agenda is our officer report from our Chief of Staff, Humberto. Or Holly. Whoops. Sorry, Holly. Our Graduate Student Body Vice President, Holly Hall.
Hello. Can everybody hear me? Okay.
Yeah, we can hear you.
These past couple of weeks have been difficult. I'm here to update you on the strides that I've taken in my position as an advocate for graduate students, and I will conclude with a personal statement of my own. In the past 2 weeks, Naya, Ethan, and I met with the Chancellor and discussed issues facing students on campus and ways KU can better navigate those. We brought up the University of Nebraska-Lincoln protests and the lack of support on our campus for survivors of sexual assault. I also brought up the need for equitable pay for graduate students and, as I previously mentioned, the increasing of the international student fee, once again without international student input or knowledge. The Graduate Student Advisory Board, better known as GSAB, met with graduate senators for our first meeting of the year. This meeting information was emailed to every graduate student at KU, and we had a pretty good turnout. We discussed our plans for the year to make a graduate student involvement in university governance a high priority for all. On a positive note, graduate senator seats are fast filling up, and we've had great involvement from graduate students across our campus within GSAB and senator positions. As the Student Senate Rules and Regulations is currently in the state of being reworked, I've worked with Ethan to appoint graduate students to various university Senate committees for this school year. I'm also excited to announce that the federal COVID relief funding will be sent out to graduate students that have 3G appointments next week, regardless of country of citizenship, which is thanks to the work of Vice Provost Dr. Jennifer Roberts and Associate Vice Provost Dr. Charles Bankart. I'm also part of the University Governance Search Committee, and I've worked with Kathy Reed on the interview process to hire a new position in that office. We finished the second round of interviews this week, and we'll be checking references next week in the hope to hire the position by mid-October. The Big 12 conference takes place tomorrow through this weekend. As an executive staff, we felt with the rising COVID-19 cases in the country that attending virtually would be safest. As the other institutions do not have graduate representatives attending, I shall not attend. However, Naya and Birdie, who's our government relations director, will attend and report back to us on any information gained. This ends my officer report and me speaking as a representative of graduate students on our campus. Trigger warning: racism, sexual assault, body shaming. I'm now speaking as myself and a concerned graduate student on this campus. I believe one must speak out for what they believe in when they are given a position of power. The opinions I make here are mine and mine alone. Firstly, as somebody who is not a citizen of this country and has studied this country and its constitutional history, I'm completely baffled and appalled as to why anybody has the right to question the First Amendment right that is granted to a citizen. Every citizen has a right to free speech, whether you personally agree with it or not. Secondly, the University of Kansas prides itself as a place where ideas can be challenged. That, after all, is the point of higher education. I'm speaking out because the backlash and tweets, emails, and voicemails that Naya, our president, has received are disgusting. Naya is speaking her truth as a Black woman in America, and we ought to listen to her. Criticisms and use them to create a better society, not pretend that her realities do not exist. Lastly, I stand in solidarity as a survivor with survivors of sexual assault on our campus. We need to have more discussions on how to keep university life safe for our students and put measures in place to do so. KU needs to do better.
All right. Thank you for that, Holly. And do we have any questions?
Question.
We love a good clap. Hamad?
I have a question.
We have a question from Jenny.
Sure.
I have a question. Is there possible for us to advocate for anyone who has been suspected of sexual assault with evidence to be temporarily suspended until there's an investigation and then they are cleared? That would do for me as a survivor of sexual assault a lot of reassurance for me that the campus is safe. And I imagine that a lot of women don't want to go to school with people who have been accused of rape. They don't want to go to school with their rapist. And 95% of sexual assault accusations, according to the FBI, are true. So we should, while everyone's innocent until proven guilty, as students, we should act to protect ourselves. And I'm wondering if there's any way that we can advocate for that with hierarchy.
Am I supposed to answer that?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I agree. We need to find ways to do better. And that's why we're here, I hope. I can bring that up. We have a meeting with the provost on Monday, and I can
That
bring
would be
that.
fantastic.
Sure, I'll do that.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Brilliant. And do we have any other questions for our graduate student body vice president? All right, seeing none, we will go ahead and move on down the officer report. And now we will have our chief of staff, Umberto.
Hello, everyone. Happy to be here seeing you all. First of all, I wanted to just say that today is Mexico's Independence Day, and we're starting Hispanic Heritage Month just throughout this next month. So, I know the OMA and different organizations on campus, as well as the Student Senate, we will be having just different events, different conferences, different get-togethers just to celebrate this month overall. But yeah, that was a brief parenthesis. And now what I have to say is a little bit more of housekeeping related. After all, my biggest role here is to support Naya's, Ethan's, and Holly's administration. And so these points are very important in order to have proper flow of the Senate in general. So first of all, we have a new appointed graduate senator. If Conrad would like to just wave to everyone. You can introduce yourself, actually. I don't want to put you on the spot, but...
Okay, my name is Conrad. I am from Paraguay. I am a civil engineering master's. And yeah, here for the video.
Thank you. Now, just because, since he's an appointed senator, it should be acclimated by this body. So, Ethan, do you see any motions around?
All right. Do I see a motion to acclimate? I see a motion from Faith, and I see a second from, remind me of your name? Alex. All right. And do we have any opposition to this matter? All right, seeing none, I didn't think there would be any. Congratulations, you are officially acclimated as a graduate student senator.
Thank you. So secondly, we have an amendment coming today to SSRR, which is to include the first year elections. So for a random reason, our current SSRR governing document doesn't include any regulations on how to conduct the first year elections, which are coming up very soon in just a matter of 2 weeks. So today we have an amendment coming through, which is adding all those regulations to our governing document. We have been meeting with Dr. Jane Tuttle and the trial court here in Senate, which are the ones in charge of leading the elections, just to make sure everything's, in line, that we have all the forms ready, that we have all the candidacy applications ready. And so if you know freshmen or first year students, because it can be anyone that is attending a secondary institution for the first time, please recommend them to, either reach out to us and we'll send the forms, or to go to RockShox Central. Starting Monday, they will be able to find all the forms there to declare their finances, to declare, candidacy, or to file complaints. That's just coming up. Senators in general will be able to start filing on Monday, September 30th, 20th, all the way to the 30th, and elections will actually happen on October 5th and 6th. Just spread the word if you know first-year students that are interested in joining. So that's on the elections. Then, so Ethan did mention attendance and quorum, how important that is, how really essential that is for us to be able to conduct our business. Of course, again, like if you have an excused absence, make sure you're reaching out to us because we will be able to excuse it, but you need to let us know. And that also affects quorum number. So it's important to let us know. Finally, we have, as you know, senators are required to be attending safe zone seminars organized by the Center of Sexuality and Gender Diversity. And we have 3 sessions. The first one already passed. It was great. It was a smaller size in general, but there's 2 more coming up this next Thursday and the Thursday after. So all senators should be, signing up to one of those. You can find the form in Microsoft Teams. I believe that is all I have in terms of housekeeping. Do folks have any questions about elections, about anything?
Any questions for Humberto? All right, seeing none in the chamber and hearing none on the teams, we will go ahead and move on to the next item on our agenda. Thanks, Humberto. All right. Our next officer report will be from Miriam Rice and Raja Abdurrahman, our CCO directors.
Okay, hello everyone. Real quickly, before we get into our officer report, Radhi and I just want to express our support of both the protests currently happening on campus in support in response to sexual violence, as well as our support for Naya in response to the hateful rhetoric that's been expressed to her for the past couple of weeks. We just want to put that out there. I know we're not the traditional leg of Student Senate, but we are the service leg of Student Senate, and we still have our own opinions and views, and we wanted to express those here tonight real quick. So to get into our officer report, first of all, we have been working on PAs, which are our peer advising meetings with both our staff as well as our program coordinators. We've been establishing our office hours, reinforcing our roles and responsibilities with both our exec as well as the program coordinators as well, and then just general planning for each of the individual programs. We had our first core meeting last week, which our program coordinators signed their core agreement. We introduced our fall retreat, which Raja will be talking more about, and it's happening on October 2nd. And we also had some Super Service Saturday reflections that we spoke to them about as well. And something that I've been working on is with donor relations. We wanted to make sure that, we're keeping up with those relationships with people who contributed to Super Service Saturday. So, we'll be sending a statement to them with, kind of a list of our impact, our, the amount of volunteers we had and whatnot, sending them, thank yous essentially, just to keep up with those relationships. And then lastly, I've been working with our communications director to update our website to a paid version of WordPress. If you've ever been to our website, she's looking a little rough. So that's something that we're working on right now. And I'll pass it on to Radia.
So in addition to the internal development that Miriam just mentioned, we're planning a multidimensional leadership training for both of our exec staff as well as our program coordinators. So our development director, Sadie Williams, has been working with the Student Senate Chief of Staff, Humberto, to include exec staff as well as program coordinators in the SGD Center training. This is some of the first time that we're doing this, so we're really excited for this collaboration. We're also working on developing a framework for a mini grant opportunity with the Douglas County Health Department to try and empower student groups as well as our program coordinators to encourage their fellow KU community members to get vaccinated as well as tested for COVID-19. Again, this is some of the first time that we're working on a grant of this caliber. And finally, we're working on scheduling an advisory board meeting with our community partners, some of our student representatives, faculty, alum, and we're really excited for this because we haven't done this in over a year. So we're excited to get back into the community and do what we love doing most. So that's all we have for our CCO director updates. For the new individuals of the room, I'm the executive director, and this is my co-director, my managing director. Our office is right around the corner, so if you have any questions about service or trying to get more involved in the community, please feel free to come in and have a chat with us. But yeah, thank you.
All right, awesome. Thank you for that, Miriam and Raja. And the CCO, I just have to say, have amazing opportunities for y'all to engage with your constituents as well when it comes to community service projects here at KU. I'm not seeing any questions. Do we have questions for our CCO co-directors? All right, seeing none, we will go ahead and move on to the treasurer's office, Hamad and Hanif.
Hey,
Maybe just Hamad.
Yeah, I'll be representing both of us here, but he's in the back right there, waving his hand. My name is Hamad. I'm the student body treasurer. And as you guys all know, there's probably going to be a presentation with this. Of course. So cycle 2. So current this cycle we have about $100 going through for KU robotics. While this may seem low, we had about $124,000 already allocated for this school year back in the spring semester. So that it just shows that a lot of student groups are taking advantage of the program for the line item. And we continue to reach out to student groups. I attended 2 different sessions with Silk, which were considered full house. One of them was in person in this room, and we had almost 30 different student orgs present. I got to present to them about the Senate funding, and then also virtually, I believe 2 days ago, I also attended online training for student groups that missed the in-person one. So we are reaching out to student groups still. So if you know anyone that needs money, or if they don't know if they have the money from Student Senate allocated already, if you're on Microsoft Teams, you can go ahead and go to the general channel, and there's a tab for a legislation tracker and student group tracker. So feel free to visit that site to see how much money has been allocated and how much money has been used up so far. So if you see that a student group hasn't used their money yet, I would recommend reaching out to them, see if they can reach out to our office to start using that money because it's allocated for them. Next up, there was a request by the marching band to allocate some of their unused funds for a bus, and Finance Committee approved that last week. And last but not least, the university released the HERF fund form for Lawrence and Edwards campus students this past week. And students are eligible for up to $2,500. And you basically just go online and apply for it. And it's part of the CARES Act. So it's something that the federal government is providing to students based off of the COVID-19 pandemic relief program. So make sure you apply for it if you are in need of the funds. And it's not taxable, I believe. So. But with that, I'm open to questions.
All right. Do we have any? All right. Do we have any questions for our treasurer? I see one from Holly.
It's not really a question in regards to the a lot of people applied when it was made yesterday, and like they're going to be closing it very soon. I need like 2 I heard people apply today. I got the email by closing.
Yeah, so we'll send out the link here in the channel. Holly, can you do that for me?
Yes, I
Yes, thank you very much. And then we will try to spread that link around. It's already on social media. But yeah, please do.
Thank you for that. Do we have any other questions for our treasurer? All right, I think you're good to go, Hamad. All right, with that, we will go ahead and move on to our next officer report, which is our Director of Diversity and Inclusion, Daphne.
Okay, hello. So first off, in regards to the vandalism that occurred at the Spencer, last update that I knew, they still don't know who did that. But the Indigenous community on campus did have a lot of success when they gathered on Wesco this week, and they garnered a lot of support and got university recognition. So the provost did put out a statement, which was good. And then I will give you a trigger warning of my own regarding sexual assault. As we know, there's a lot happening on campus pertaining to that. And as of now, I cannot offer you a lot of information that hasn't been disclosed because of the way that the situation occurred and is being handled at the university. But what I can tell you is that we are working on a resolution that will hopefully come up in the next cycle. So if you would like to be involved in that, or you have thoughts that you want to share regarding that resolution, I would be happy to talk to you about them. I am helping spearhead that along with 2 other members of Panhellenic. But again, in regards to that, I would urge you to remember that the survivor of the alleged incident has not consented to be spoken about in a public area. She has given consent for her pronouns to be publicly used, and that's it. So if you are on Yik Yak is the big one that I've heard, and you see things happening about the alleged incident and that behavior is not appropriate, we don't approve of that. Try not to feed into that culture, because if it were you in that situation, you wouldn't want that happening to you. She chose to remain anonymous for a reason, and I would just ask all of you, and I know that everyone else on Exec would ask all of you, to remain respectful of that wish, because as much as you want to make a difference in what the culture that's happening on campus, it's not your place to make those decisions for her. So I just urge you to remember that and respect those boundaries. And then, yeah, so just like everyone else, I'm standing in solidarity with her and the protest that's happening, and with Naya as well. But again, please remember that you are not the person in those instances. You do not have the power to speak for them, and so you can advocate for them, but you don't get to make those decisions.
I have a question.
Yes.
What about mandated reporters on the campus? Like if you're an employee, apparently, according to the students, you're supposed to submit reports of sexual harassment or assault to the IOA. I believe that, would that be an exemption from not talking about her identity? You don't have to use her identity. You could just say, hey, this happened, blah, blah, blah. We think that this person may have done something. That's all right, right? Because that's the rules. I was told I was a mandated reporter as an employee.
Sadie, do you want to speak to that more specifically?
Yeah, I do. So, like, I'm a mandated reporter. If someone comes to you, like for you all, you're an employee, if someone comes to you in your capacity as an employee and divulges that the desire.
All right, we're going to be getting a microphone to go around the room here.
Oh yeah, that's wonderful. Jenny, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, cool. So with mandatory reporting and things, sorry, I'm just gonna sit back down. So if someone came to you in that capacity, in your capacity as an employee, and it's like because of your position that they're coming to you, then you are required to report that instance. And so what happens with that is it's reported to the university, but it's still up to the survivor whether or not they pursue reporting. It's just within those files. So they reach out and things. They're like, here are the resources, here's what you can do, and things like that. But it's still their choice whether or not they want to pursue actually going through that process. And so that's kind of where mandatory reporting falls in. Does that make sense?
It does. But you have to submit a report to the IOA, right? That, like, if a student comes to you, you have to tell them, hey, this happened, this person was here, they told me blah, blah, blah. And if they want to come, and then you give them the resources to go to IOA themselves if they want to, right?
No, so basically, whenever you're a mandatory reporter, you fill out the form and things, and then the IOA will reach out to them, or like whenever they report, they'll reach out to them.
But I have to contact the IOA myself. I don't just rely on the student to do it, right?
Yes, it's not the student. You don't make the student go and do that. So that's on you. And then the student is not required to do anything.
Right, of course.
And so yeah.
Makes sense. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure, but when you contact the IOA, you tell them who it was, right? That's what I'm kind of getting at.
No, you don't.
I'm a faculty member. I'm just going to answer this because I've been in the trainings for it. And many of us were disappointed. This is a new law that was passed in the Title IX reevaluation process that we went through, and we studied the past decades of how it has worked to have Title IX reporting to prevent sexual assault and sexual violence on campuses. The mandatory reporting thing was added. There's a lot of debate for why it was added. Most of us don't support it in the first instance because it does require us.
Sorry, the speaker's time has expired, so I'm seeing some motions back here. I see a motion from Holly and a second from Sadie. What's the motion? 5 minutes extension to speaker time. All right, that's been properly moved and seconded. Do we have any opposition in the chamber to this? Any opposition on the teams?
I won't talk for long. I'll just say one quick thing.
Seeing none, we'll go ahead and,
yeah.
we're going to go ahead and extend speaker time by 5 minutes.
I'm sorry to interrupt your procedure. It's such an important concern. If I'm in my office in office hours and a student comes to talk to me about the assignment and becomes upset, and in the context of that conversation reveals to me that they have been targeted, victimized, traumatized, a survivor of, however they choose to describe it, sexual violence of any kind, I am obligated to report it. I am not obligated to give the name of the student. And I am not obligated to make the student do anything. Many of us as faculty who have been involved on campuses since we were young students fighting around these issues, we're against this because we are afraid it's going to prevent people from opening up to us in that kind of more spontaneous moment than maybe going to a counselor or a specific place. But nonetheless, we are doing it, and we are doing everything we can to encourage students to know that even if you open up into us those ways, we won't violate your confidentiality in any way other than officially reporting it. And the positive side of the official reporting is that, as we know, sexual violence is wildly underreported. So when campuses, if you read any of KU's reports on the prevalence of sexual violence on this campus, the percentages are far lower than most of us know just from our anecdotal living here experience, especially the experience of women, genderqueer people. So that's the specific answer. And it's not that if you work at KU and you heard about sexual violence while you were walking down the street, you have to call someone. It's when you're the outcry. That's the word we use. If you're the person they tell to, they disclose to, that's when you report it. So thanks for giving me time, guys.
Thank you for taking the time to explain that procedure. Do we have any other questions on the floor?
Can I post the actual mandatory reporting statement by the university just so everyone's aware of it? I'm going to post it in the chat. Thank you.
Yep, that sounds good. All right. Daphne, do you have anything else to add?
Nope, that's it.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. All right, and just to give everyone a heads up, we're going to go ahead and have Sadie Williams, our senior senator, go ahead and pass the microphone around the room when it comes to speaking. That's just to make sure that those who are on the live stream and teams are able to hear the room effectively, and also make sure that we can keep order. All right. Our next officer report will be Asia Butler, our communications director.
Sorry, I'm not as prepared as everyone with the printing it out and the internet. I like to save the trees. If you could do all that, we'd love to see it. Anyways, so hello, friends. My officer report is as follows. It's been a busy past couple of weeks, as I'm sure you all know. Classes have begun. We're moving diligently to see our goals as an administration come to fruition, as many of my other officers have kind of explained. I've spent a lot of my time updating the new Student Senate website. This has consisted mostly of familiarizing myself with the new platform, as well as updating some of the archaic and tone-deaf language present in a lot of our resources and mission statements that exist in the language that is present on the student website, and making sure all of those things are transferred accordingly.
Above all else, though, my time has been consumed with supporting our student body president in this time of violent and uncalled for outrage. Given my communicative skill and prowess, I've done my best to dispel any violence and confusion given the number of individuals with thoughts on the matter. I am open and willing to dialogue with any of you about that, and seeing that there's like a later thing that needs to be discussed about it, I'm sure we will do that. And while I am open and willing to dialogue with some of you about those things, I do have a couple of things that I would like to say myself. Several trigger warnings have already been issued, so I'm not going to get into all that, but I would like to start off with, as a survivor myself, I would also like to stand in solidarity with those of you that are out there protesting with the current incident that is happening on campus in relationship to the fraternity and all the details that we are all already aware. I know a statement isn't the same thing as being there, but please know that I have been in all of your positions. I have protested, and I hope you know that when I say that I am with you, I am with you. I would, however, like to urge you all to consider the way that we are protesting and the language that is being used when that is happening. I've seen posters and body art that are, in a lot of instances, queer and transphobic. Things like "real men do not rape," etc., are language and things that we're using in these protests that can easily trigger and make it difficult for other people who want to stand in solidarity in these situations to be there and be present. So when you are doing that, or rather than calling or using phrases like pussy, bitch, etc., these things are all very, very weighted terms and may not hold the same meaning for other individuals as they do for yourselves and what you intend and how you are intending support. So as the communications director, I would like you to think about the way that you are communicating and remember that this is about the survivor and other survivors and not about glorifying or putting too much attention on the perpetrator allegedly and all of the respectability things. I would also like to address this retweet. Naya is not alone when it comes to these violent and verbal assaults. Given that I'm responsible for the retweeting of Happy Friday, Everybody, Death to America on the Senate account, I would like to address the following. I would also like to condemn these vulgar assaults on Naya's persons and their ability to speak freely as a Black woman in America, but also these assaults of my persons. I would like to speak more specifically to my actions in particular, so I will not address all the things that have already been said about Naya as an individual, etc. I would like to frame this following statement through the lens of statements and opinions that sound something like this. I don't think that they, meaning the retweets, represent the best interests of the student senate or the student body. As a predominantly white institution, university, senate, you might be right. Those retweets might not represent you, nor were they meant to represent you. And some of you might be asking in your future statements and your things like, well, that's your job as a student senate to represent everybody equally, etc. But you have to think about, as a predominantly white institution, there are more white people, cisgendered people. There are more of you here that overwhelm the rest of us, our Black, brown, indigenous, queer, disabled bodies. You overwhelm us every day. Your opinions, the way that you are represented, are constantly being outweighed, valued over anything that we ever have to say. So if you were offended, I'm sorry, but I am highly offended by the way that I'm constantly being treated, not just because of these retweets, but the way that my professors are talking to me, the way that they assume whether or not my presence is there is overwhelming for them, etc. It may not have accurately represented you, but I do urge, and I want to be clear when I say that, given this country's history and my appointed position, I will do my job. And that means that I'm supporting Black, brown, indigenous, queer, indigenous folks in any way that I can. And if that is happening at the expense of whether or not I'm accurately representing a few white people's opinions, I will do that at that expense. And I would say that I'm sorry, but I am not. Given that I was appointed to this position, you all trusted me to do that. And given the history, given Tiara's statement and the way that the Senate has operated, I'm okay breaking that norm. And I hope the rest of you, given whatever your opinions, whatever your things, this has changed and given you a little bit of perspective, because I know some of you may not be able to completely understand what it is like to be a Black, brown, indigenous, queer person on this campus. Maybe you do. But I really do urge you to think a little bit outside of yourselves and whether or not you think you were accurately represented, because I promise you, since my ancestors got off the boat and anyone else's things, I have not ever been accurately represented by any sort of democracy or any other things. And so I really urge you to think about the power of the Senate, because they are right. It is a privilege to be here. But that being said, we have a job to do. And I actually don't have anything else to say besides that. So if anyone has questions, please.
All right. Does anyone have questions for our communications director, Asia? All right.
I'm still having questions about mandated reporting. Are you guys saying that okay. I'm sorry.
We need a motion to extend speakers' time before we can go to questions. I see a motion from Emma. All right. Do I see a second? I see a second from Alex.
I motion to extend.
All right. And with that, is there any opposition in the chamber on Teams to this? Huh? Oh, yeah. How long is the extension, Emma? 5 minutes? A 5-minute extension. Any opposition in the chamber to that? I would probably say not, because this is just to extend Asia's time, not specific to the questioner. All right. There is a motion that's been properly moved and seconded on the floor. Yeah. Is anyone in opposition to the 5-minute speaker extension? All right. Seeing no opposition, we will go ahead and extend the speaker's time by 5 minutes. Oh, I think we'll get Jenny's question first to get addressed to Asia, and then we'll move.
My question, oops, is that now or?
Yeah, you're good to start now.
My question is, like, with regard to the mandated reporting, I agree that it should be possible to protect the identity of the victim if she desires that. But I don't see any reason to protect the identity of the assailant from the IOA. At least, shouldn't you, if you know that a certain guy did something to a girl, according to her, shouldn't you have to tell them that there is a possible rapist or assaulter on campus? I don't understand why we're protecting the identity of the assailant from the people who are supposed to investigate this stuff. If that's I don't understand that as a survivor myself.
So first of all, I would just like to say, I know that this doesn't have anything to do with the statement that I just made, but I do hear your concern, and I think you have valid concerns as a survivor. As a survivor myself, I do think it's important to recognize that not every survivor has the same experience or desire or want the same outcome. And so it is important that when we think about these things, that we are being aware that just because your experience as a survivor requires something for you to feel reprieve, that is not the same case for the rest of us. And there, the avenues that are safe for you to get that sort of justice or whatever you want to call it are not available to some of us that have experienced similar things. I don't know if that answers your question, because like I said, it wasn't about anything that I said.
It doesn't answer the question, because I'm just trying to figure out what I have to do under the law. Do I have to report the assailant or not? That's what
Dr. Durham, do you want to?
I don't. Oh, I was about to say. Yeah, if Dr. Durham would like to talk, we need someone. Oh, you're ex officio. Never mind.
Okay. So first of all, let me also clarify that not all of the victims of sexual assault are female identifying people. So keep that in mind when you're talking about sexual assault.
I'm a non-binary survivor myself.
Queer and trans students are also disproportionately, that's an awful word to say, no one should experience it, but the numbers are great for our queer and trans people too. So that said, there seem to be a lot of questions, and I think there is a training scheduled in the near future. When you disclose to IOA, you share everything that you know.
Okay, thank you.
Names of respondents, complainants, share whatever times, dates. You share the details that you have. And then IOA will do the appropriate outreach. Again, Sadie quite appropriately said the complainant does not have to go forward, but there is an outreach to let
thank you.
Complainant know the resources that are available.
Thank you. I appreciate this.
And also, it's not made public. So
yeah, perfect. Yeah, that's
about not putting someone's name out on Yik Yak and all that. When you file a report, there's no one else knows that this has happened. So as you're talking,
but the IOA does.
No, it doesn't go.
I just want the IOA to know.
Publicly. I hope that answers the question.
Yeah.
Right. Thank you for that, Dr. Durham. I also want to say, like, we should probably make sure to keep questions on the officer report at hand and on like the matter at hand when we're doing this. It just, it helps with the time that we have in the Student Senate chamber. That's not to say that the topic of mandatory reporting for sexual assault on campus isn't important, but yeah, just making sure that we show respect to like the speakers when they are presenting these officer reports. And with that, I saw a question from Holly. Yeah. All right, thank you. Do we have any other questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you for that, Asia. And we will move on to the next item on our agenda, which is a officer report from Max, our Internal Affairs Director.
Hello, everyone. Max Lilich, Internal Affairs Director. I'll try to keep this brief since we got a lot on the agenda tonight. First, I just want to say that I condemn all comments levied at Student Body President Naya McAdoo. These comments are egregious and should never be tolerated. I firmly believe in the institutions of democracy and freedom of speech. This means civil disagreements, not horrific remarks from people hiding behind burner accounts. Additionally, I support all protests going on regarding sexual assault, and I hope that Senate and the university will do everything in their power to support the survivor on this matter. As for internal affairs stuff, the clicker program was a success. We loaned out about 50 clickers to students so they didn't have to pay $60 from the bookstore to use those for their classes. If you or someone you know needs a clicker, tell them to reach out to the office. We'll still be able to loan it out to them. Thanks to Mr. Mucci for his help on this. I saw him in the back earlier. I don't know if he's still here, but he was very helpful on this matter. Additionally, I've finished up the application for the mentorship program. It is not posted on the website yet, but if you would like to fill it out, just give me an email at internalaffairs at our senateinternal@ku.edu, and I'll send it over to you. Any questions? Martine?
Yeah. All right, we have a question from Martine.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, is there like any timeline on when it might be up on the website, the application?
I'm not entirely sure because I know the website's kind of being reworked right now, so it kind of all depends on that. But I mean, if you or someone you know wants to, just reach out to me and I'll get it to them. And I mean, we're not gonna have immediate deadline since it isn't on the website yet or anything. Like, we want as many people to apply to this as possible.
All right, and we have a question from Naya next.
Yeah, not really a question, but I guess just an additional statement. But again, Asia is the communications director, so if there's like certain questions for anybody pertaining to the website or social media or what's being posted, please go directly to Asia, not avenues to get to Asia because they're sitting right here in the room. So yeah, thank you.
All right, and with that, do we have any other questions for our Internal Affairs Director? All right, seeing none, thank you very much, Max, and congratulations on the success of the iClicker program. And with that, we will move on to our next officer report, which is Birdie, our Government Relations Director.
Hey y'all, I'm Birdie, Government Relations Director. Last week we had the first Student Legislative Action Committee meeting of the year, and our new chair was elected. That's Meg Farney. If you would like to attend our next meeting, it will be September 23rd at 7 p.m. If you want more information, just let me know. Today, I also met with the KU Civic Engagement and Leadership Council, and we talked about the efforts that will be happening on campus this fall to get students civically engaged and registered to vote, especially, my computer, okay, sorry, especially in terms of recent legislation that was passed by the Kansas legislature that actively suppresses the vote here in Kansas. And then if anyone is interested in volunteering during these efforts, from October 4th to October 8th, we'll be tabling on WESCO for National Voter Education Week. So again, if you're interested in that, please reach out to me. And then, like Holly stated, starting tomorrow, Naya, Ariana, and I will be attending the Fall Big 12 Student Government Conference and working with other schools in the Big 12 to establish what we'll be advocating for in the spring during Big 12 on the Hill. If anyone has something that they are very passionate about us advocating for come the spring or advocating for in Topeka, please reach out to me and let me know. I am more than happy to advocate for you. And then I will be brief in saying that I stand with Naya and her right to free speech, and that the response from the public in this body to the voicing of her experiences as a Black queer woman was disgusting. I also encourage all of you to exercise your First Amendment right and continue to protest in solidarity with all survivors of sexual assault on this campus and in our community. Does anyone have any questions?
All right, do we have any questions for our Government Relations Director? All right, thank you very much, Birdie. And with that, we go to our last officer report. Last but not least, we have Ari, our Policy and Development Director.
Hi, friends. Ethan stole my opening line, but yes, last but certainly not least, maybe the most exciting. Firstly, I would like to say that I stand with my student body president, Naya McAdoo. I, of course, support the protests going on, not only with the incident happening at the fraternity house, but also with FENSA and their protest that happened, I believe was Monday, the days. In pertinence to my position, I will be sending out a policy interest form out to the Senate listserv, just to all the senators, or really just anyone interested in policy. It's going to be basically a form of I have around 14 to 15 different policy areas right now. They're very specific, but you guys will understand probably why in the near future. So it'll give me a general idea of what you guys want to focus on. And of course, as always, you can always email me. If you have any ideas, please, please, please come talk to me. I love talking to people. As Birdie said, this weekend, I will be at the Big 12 conference as well, virtually, of course. I'm really excited. We're gonna get to see what our peer institutions are doing, and we're gonna be able to present to other schools what we're doing. Again, please reach out to me. Tell your friends to reach out to me. I do have a business card that have been itching to use, so let me know. But I am open to questions if there are any.
All right. Do we have any questions for our Policy and Development Director? Anyone on the teams? Okay, seeing no questions, thank you very much, Ari. All right, and now we are about an hour into the session here. Next, we could go to the consent agenda and continue on with the session, but I also want to open the space if anyone would like to make a motion for a recess. Just knowing that we've been sitting here for a while now and we're probably going to be here for a bit longer. I think I'm seeing a motion back here, but I can't see who's making it. I see Ari making a motion. All right, what's your motion, Ari? For how long?
5 minutes.
All right, we have a motion to recess for 5 minutes. All right, do I have a second? I see a second from Alex. All right, and is there any opposition in the chamber to this? Nope, this motion clearly passes, and we are in recess for 5 minutes.
Either having signs.
Recess is ending. Please go ahead and sit down.
Please return to your seats as you are able. All right. Yeah. All right, it seems like we've all gotten back here, so we'll go ahead and move in to approve our consent agenda. Do I see a motion? All right, I see a motion from Danielle and a second from, I'll go with Mary this time. All right, and is there any opposition to moving to a vote to approve the consent agenda? All right, seeing and hearing none, we will go ahead and move to a vote on the teams. Can- All right, that poll has now launched on the Student Senate General channel. Please vote as you are able. Reminder that yes, if you would like to approve the consent agenda, no if you would not like to approve, and abstain if you would like to abstain from the vote. All right, seeing people are still voting, so I'll give about another minute here for the vote to finish. All right. Has everybody had the ability to vote on the poll that would like to do so and has the ability to do so? All right. Okay, I'll be moving to end the voting period. Is there any opposition in the chamber to ending voting? And or on the teams? All right. Seeing none, we will go ahead and move to close voting on this matter. And with a vote from 39 in the affirmative, 1 in the negative, and 1 abstention, this motion clearly passes. And with that, we'll move into an election period. So just to grant a little background on to the nature of these elections, university governance has generally a few different levels to it. Here on this level, we have student governance, faculty governance, and staff governance. However, sort of to combine those governance offices and like sort of connect the work that we're doing on campus, we also have a university senate. And this university senate discusses like matters pertinent to like all of the bodies of governing, all the governing bodies in the university here. And so the positions that we will be electing is 2 vacancies that we currently have in the university senate slate, and that will just be for members here in the chamber. So student senators and like students just in general are able to run for election to this position. And then we also, following that, will have an election to the Senate Executive Committee. And this is what the University Senate uses in its place for STUDEX. And so to be a member of that body, you will also have to be a member of like the current University Senate roster. And so does everyone understand, I guess, like how I explained that, that to be a member of Senex, you also have to be a university senator currently. All right. With that, oh, yes, Ahmad? I believe that would be correct. The University Senate takes place on Thursday from 3:15 to 5. And Senex is on Tuesday, and that takes place usually from, I believe it's 3 to 5. Yeah. So those are generally like the time commitments that you'll see, and they're usually like in biweekly cycles in the same way that Student Senate operates. All right. Do we have any other questions? All right. Seeing none, I'll go ahead and open the floor to nominations to the University Senate. You can also nominate yourself. All right, I see, oh, sorry. All right, I see a hand raised. Martine?
I'd like to nominate Camden Baxter.
You're already a member, yeah.
Even better.
Appreciate it though.
Thank you. All right, do we have any other nominations?
I'd like to nominate Evan Wyndham.
Evan Wyndham? All right. Is Evan here to accept? All right, brilliant. Get Evan here. And do we have anyone else who would like to run for University Senate?
Yeah,
right here.
I would like to nominate Wesley Cudney.
All right, Wesley, do you accept? All right, see a motion here. What's your name? Jeffrey? All right. Oh, nice. Yes, on Thursdays.
Not every Thursday.
Yeah, not every Thursday. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, wait, can you, like, if you have class, can you show me late? Or... Okay. All right.
You're good. Okay. Hamad? All right, Sahar, do you accept? No. All right. Do we have any other nominations on the floor? Holly? Andrew Moore. Andrew, do you accept? All right. Okay. All right. Do we have any other nominations on the floor? All right. Currently, I'm seeing none. So at this point, we have 2 people who are filling 2 seats in the University Senate. So there's not really any purpose to an election. And so we are looking for a motion to acclimate these 2. All right. I see a motion from Alejandro, and I see a second from Mary. All right. And with that, do we have any opposition in the chamber to acclimating Evan and Andrew to becoming university senators? All right, seeing none, congratulations, y'all. I'm not entirely sure. And feel free to come up here to the podium and introduce yourselves to the Student Senate.
Or from your place.
Yeah, or from your place, if Sadie can get the microphone to you there.
Hello, my name is Andrew Moore, and a wise man named Ron Swanson once said, "I'm not one for making speeches."
I'm going to follow in the sentiment of Andrew, keep it short and sweet. I'm Evan, Evan Winden. Nice to meet you all. First year senator representing the business school. Really have liked working with everybody so far, and I'll continue keeping up the good work and representing y'all and within the university. So thank you.
All right. Thank y'all for being willing to do that here. All right, and we will now move into electing members to the Senate Executive Committee, but first we're going to go ahead and review the minutes from the joint session and make sure we can get everyone who's currently on the University Senate roster put in. All right, thank you for giving us the time here to get that figured out there. As of right now, from what I can currently tell in terms of our University Senate roster, we have Camden Baxter, Turner Seals, Faith Lopez, Mary Morrison, Alejandro Rangel Lopez, Holly Hall, and Evan and Andrew, who have been newly introduced here. And so we will be able to vote from a pool of all of them to vote who gets to be a Senex representative. Oh, and Martine. Yeah? Okay, cool. All right. And so that'll be where we are at currently on the floor here. And so now we're looking for nominations to the Senate Executive Committee. And Holly, did you have a nomination?
I nominate Mary Morrison.
All right. Mary, do you accept? Right. And do we have any other nominations on the floor? There currently is one more free seat. All right. Martine?
Gabby Fisher.
Gabby Fisher. Gabby is currently not a university senator.
I
All right, Hamad. All right, Camden, do you accept? All right. Do we have any other nominations on the floor? All right. Motion from Hamad. All right, and I see a second from Mary. All right, and seeing a motion that's been properly moved and seconded to acclimate Camden Baxter and Mary Morrison to the University Senate. Is there any opposition in the chamber to such a motion? Any opposition on the teams? Perfect. All right, seeing none, congratulations to you both. And feel free, if you feel like it, come up to the podium or see if you can get a microphone if you just want to introduce yourself as like the new Synex representative in that case.
Hi, my name is Mary. I sure will. I'm the ASHC representative, and all I gotta say is I support NIA and Black Lives Matter. Thank you.
My name is Camden. Many of you probably know who I am. I'd like to echo similar sentiment as Mary. Obviously, Black Lives Matter, and I think it's extremely important that we continue to pursue justice in this campus because, let's be honest with ourselves, that's not always happening. Thank you.
Well, thank you to the chamber for making that a very speedy process. Honestly, elections do not go this smoothly usually, so congratulations to that. All right, and moving on, we will now move to our regular agenda. This will be the bill to amend SSRR Article 7, it's the Elections Code, Sections 2, 3, and 4. And that will be presented by its author, Humberto Gomez-Salinas.
Thank you, Ethan. So yeah, as I mentioned earlier, the freshman elections, first year, this year they're called first year elections, they're not included in SSRR. So this fixes that. It's just taking away the current election schedule to include the first year elections, just like the timeline and everything, as well as the spring elections. And let me go down real quick. So yeah, so this, why is it not going down? There we go. All right. So yeah, so this election schedule here is now going to look like this. So we have, there shall be 2 election schedules. We have the first year fall elections. We have the spring elections here, and then we also have. So this part over here is adding the regulations to the first year elections. So as I mentioned, there were 0 regulations as to how these elections were to be run. So with this, we are drafting that into the Constitution, the SSRR, and so here we have all the regulations. And these regulations were inspired on previous old SSRRs that did include their elections. And it ran through Jane Tuttle and the trial court. And so like these over here are pretty accurate just overall. And then we have here the, just also the candidate registration for spring elections. We just like had to change some wording for it to all be coherent. But yeah, that would be it. Any questions about this amendment?
Are there any questions on the floor from Humberto? All right, I see a motion from Ahmad. All right, do I have a second? I see a second from Danielle. All right, and now that's been properly moved and seconded, is there any opposition on the floor to moving to a vote to approve the current iteration of this bill? All right, seeing none, I will move to start creating a poll here. Humberto, what was the number for the bill? I believe it was 10, correct?
10, yeah.
Awesome. All right, that poll is now up, and so we'll give about a minute and a half here for people to get their votes in on that matter. All right, I still see votes coming in, so I'll give another 30 seconds for voting. Please make sure to get your vote in. All right, has everyone in the chamber had a chance to vote on the matter that would like to? And has everyone in the teams had the ability to submit a vote for this matter? All right, seeing that no one is voicing opposition, I'll go ahead and close the voting process here. And with a vote of 39 in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 3 abstentions, this motion clearly passes. Thank you all. All right, thank you, Humberto. And now we will move on to the next item in our regular agenda here, and that is a resolution articulating formal disagreement with the views expressed by KU Student Body President Naya McAdoo. And I believe the authorship here is Martine and Giovanna and Elena? Oh, not here. Okay, perfect.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Martine Vasquez, and I'm the holdover senator for our Student Senate.
I am Giovanna Pastore, and I'm a senator for the international students.
And so I would like to first just clarify a couple points, and you will be able to see this while we go throughout the resolution, but not once in our presentation of this resolution nor in the resolution has what we are presenting today labeled a condemnation. That characterization of condemnation is arising from nowhere in this resolution. As the resolution states, the title is simply called A Resolution Articulating a Formal Disagreement with the Views Expressed by KU Student Body President Naya McAdoo. So I would like to just to clarify that. And without further ado, Giovanna is going to lead us throughout the first few clauses of this resolution.
So a resolution articulating formal disagreement with the views expressed by KU Student Body President Naya McAdoo. Whereas first and foremost, the Student Senate condemns the hateful and disgusting rhetoric directed towards the KU Student Body President Naya McAdoo on Twitter in response to the tweets published by Naya this past week, all those kinds of comments have no place in any Student Senate space. The University of Kansas Student Senate denounces any form of hatred and threats that arise from one sharing their political opinion or views and demands that respect, or at minimum basic human decency, be given regardless of political differences. And the Student Body President Naya McAdoo at the University of Kansas retweeted the statement, "Happy Friday, everybody, death to America," with a happy face emoji. And the Student Senate, the student body, and society at large must recognize and acknowledge the horrific and detestable history of the United States, as stated by Student Body President Naya McAdoo in response, quote, to a tweeted article saying, "Please know that it is a death to America that was built on indigenous genocide and the backs of black slaves. If you're worried about people in the service of the military, be mad at your government because my words shouldn't make you this mad."
All right. With that, I am now seeking a motion to extend speaker's time. Oh. All right. See a motion from Camden. Do I see a second here? All right.
I have a question. Are we allowed to like scroll on this because the screen thing's not, or are you guys in charge?
I think you figured it out, Humberto.
I didn't. It wasn't moving by itself.
Oh.
Oh, look at him.
Oh, come on. Oh, I wasn't getting Ari's second. I was getting the second up here. What was your name again? Sorry. Hazad? Farzad. All right. Yeah, it was Farzad who did the second. All right. Is there anyone who's in opposition to granting the speaker 10 minutes extra speaking time? All right. Seeing no opposition in the chamber and hearing none on the teams, we will extend the speaker's time by 10 minutes.
Whereas it is imperative amongst members of a university and American society to support the idea of death to systemic racism, imperialism, genocide, voter suppression, and other anti-democratic and anti-freedom practices, as these practices plague our history and persist to this day, as articulated by student body president McAdoo. And whereas, however, the authors, sponsors, and other supporters of this resolution seek to establish a firm disagreement with the sentiment that comes with such a statement like death to America, and reasoning for this disagreement is asserted in what follows. Firstly, KU is considered to be one of the best military-friendly schools, ranking at number 5 in the country with 1,400 veteran service members, spouses, and dependents attending at the University of Kansas. Such a statement is inconsiderate to our military-affiliated students, coupled with the fact that this tweet was shared just days after 13 American service members were killed in Afghanistan.
And secondly, as per Student Senate rules and regulations preamble states, the Student Senate shall represent students at all levels as a part of the university governance. The Student Senate shall represent students on university, local, state, national, and international levels to further these goals. And utilizing an official account to express one's own personal views does not serve to accurately represent students on all of these levels. And lastly, the statement, "Death to America," is a phrase that attached to it bears violence, hatred, and the loss of American lives. Death to America is a statement whose sentiment is, in large part, not shared and does not reflect the beliefs and values of our entire student body. The student body at large must affirm and share Student Body President Naya McAdoo's sentiment towards the horrid history of the United States. However, it must also be recognized that the United States has brought tremendous economic and educational opportunity, social mobility, rights, freedoms, and privileges that many have fought and died for. And I can continue going, actually. Therefore, be it resolved that the supporters of this resolution offer a formal disagreement with Student Body President Naya McAdoo's expression of death to America, as it lies in direct contradiction to the beliefs that many students share about the United States of America. Be it further resolved that the University of Kansas Student Senate continues to strive for the ideal set forth by the Student Senate rules and regulations of furthering cultural, social, and political growth of KU students, and protect and enhance students' right to free speech and learning experience inside and outside of the classroom. And I have one more. I have an amendment to add to this. So if anyone would please motion to include that amendment onto this resolution, I would greatly appreciate that, just to articulate exactly what the new amended resolution looks like.
All right. The speaker is now seeking an amendment to the resolution. I see a motion from Camden. I believe. Would this be a situation like, and this is just a question, huh?
It's a friendly one, so.
It's a friendly amendment? Okay, cool. All right, sounds good. Oh,
Can we read it first before we add it on there?
Sure.
That looks a little bit more than friendly.
yeah. I guess I'm looking, would the chamber like to continue it on this speech, or would we like another speech related to the amendment itself?
I mean, at this point, it's gonna be added
Yeah.
or not added.
All right, Martine, if you want to go ahead and read the amendment you want to introduce so that people can like figure out whether or not they want to put a motion in or not.
Thank you. Sorry about that. So be it further resolved that most importantly, the consequential purpose of this resolution is to provide a catalyst for discussing the changing political notions, beliefs, and environment that exists in our university, community, and society at large. This resolution shall therefore represent an acknowledgement of simply a disagreement among students within the highest student institution at KU, and create an environment where political disagreements can be thoroughly expressed, evaluated, and freely discussed with the purpose of enhancing one another's understanding of differing perspectives. And be it further resolved that upon passage of this bill, this resolution be sent out to the following peoples and entities: Chancellor Douglas Gerard, Provost and Executive Vice Chancellor Barbara Bickelmeyer, Vice Provost for Student Affairs Tamara L. Durham, University Senate, Faculty Senate, Staff Senate, University Daily Kansan, Lawrence Times, Kansas City Star, and the Topeka Capital Journal.
All right, the amendment has been introduced along with like the remainder of that legislation. Does anyone have any questions regarding the amendment? Naya?
So, can you scroll back up to the top? Are you also gonna read the name of the sponsor?
No, I mean, I can read them, but if you want to take a look, you're more than welcome to. Okay, it's sponsors of this bill are Angie Ackred, and I'm sorry if I butcher these names. I don't know exactly how to pronounce all of them, but Posal Colantri, Victor Lowe, Rodrigo Fregora, Jose Ortiz Mora, Eli Loney, Sydney Y, Ben Schmidt, Carlos Schwint, Jonathan Hankins, Katrin Rainier, Matt Harding, Autumn Bertles, Virginia Worth, Chad Cotes, Annie Williams, Ali Seabrass, Madeline Edmonds, Leo Schicker, Emma Fess, Conrado Sacco, Brian Medina, Sean Tudes, Courtney King, Brian Madrigal, Francesca Pastore, Alicia Ventura, Jake Tadge, Abby Harding, Ashley Shuro, Emma Milford, Lee K. Mavols, Damian Boswell, Drew K, Hugh Jan Uzum, David Spinney, Mason Patterson, Dalton Pell, Jacob Horton, Evan E., Grace Glazer, Patrick Husband, Hayden Wells, Lucas Grand, Nicholas Dialogo, and others. The others are just the ones that while we were coming to, Student Senate preparing for this amendment, we weren't able to add the list of names, as well as there was a list of sponsors that did not want their names included, as well as several just, oh, no, that's it.
All right, do we have any other question for the authors? Mary?
Yeah, I was just wondering how your resolution creates dialogue when Naya doesn't really respond after this. That makes sense. Wouldn't successful dialogue be you going to Naya and discussing your issues or issues?
Yeah, so I think it's much bigger than just between Nye and I, and it's also a student senate thing. It's also an institution thing. It's a KU thing. What this resolution simply seeks to do is just articulate a disagreement. And so this disagreement comes about, obviously, we have supporters and sponsors on that bill. As a matter of fact, we have a list of KU students who have emailed not only me, but our KU, our student senate executive, expressing concern over that tweet. And so what this resolution does as the amendment that we push forward is just simply saying that we are disagreeing here. There's students that disagree, and that if you agree, great, vote in favor of this bill. If you disagree, great, don't vote in favor of this bill. But hopefully within this chamber, we can have a, fruitful discussion. We don't have to go into debate just for the sake of people's time. But the fact that once we leave the Student Senate chamber, we can have those conversations. Because it's important to note that this is not only happening on our KU campus, it's happening across our country. And so if we're not able to disagree with one another, there's no productive ways forward. So that's how I hope to create a fruitful discussion.
All right, I see a question from Mary, but I also see a question from Ari in the back here, so I'll go ahead and get her question first. Oh, it was an egg speech. Let's see, do you want to allow Mary to ask her question first? All right, cool. Mary, you can go ahead.
Oh, yeah. So your resolution specifically says, hold on, I'm trying to find the line so I'm not pulling things out of my butt. The supporters of this resolution offer a disagreement. Oh my gosh. With the student body president Naya's expressions of death to America as it lies in direct contradiction to the beliefs that many students share about the United States. I understand that it says many students, but what about the students that don't share those opinions?
Those opinions were represented by her tweet itself. And that's what we're saying.
May I follow up?
Questions on the floor? All right, I see a question from Wesley. And someone next to Wesley. Could you give me your name? Angela. Yes.
Is and others a valid thing to put on a sponsors list? I thought that it was like a list of names only, and I don't think there's a KU student named and others, to be a bit pedantic.
Great point. I'm happy to just take that off and strike it out if you guys want to do that. Does that sound good to everybody?
Yeah, that could actually be a friendly because it's nothing that could be in a resolution. All right, moving on.
Hi. My question is, what is the significance and your aim in putting like news entities as the people you want to send this out to?
All right, I'll go ahead and allow the speaker to answer the question, and then we will see if there's a motion to extend time. Just be brief.
Yeah, the aim for including those news organizations those are the news organizations that picked up the statement and made news articles about it, and they've made their statements about it. And so a point that was brought up to us by a student, by several students, was that these news articles, these news organizations are presenting KU students as our student body president stated that to America. What these students said is that it's not exactly representative of their own views. And so to have, those news organizations that publish those stories also know that there is a disagreement amongst our students, we felt like that was just important to express that. So, just our community at large that's affected by it, understand that we are not a monolithic group and we all don't think the same, and we can have, disagreements and still, govern together.
All right, thank you. Do we have a motion to extend speaker's time? All right, I see a motion from Mary, and do I see a second from Sadie? Yeah, and how long are we extending speaker's time? 10 minutes. All right, do I have a second? Sadie seconded already, I guess. Do we have any opposition in the chamber to extending speaker's time by 10 minutes? Holly? All right, there's currently a motion introduced for 10 minutes. It's been properly moved and seconded, so unless they want to withdraw that and change that, currently we are moving to vote on that.
I will withdraw just for Holly.
All right, and Holly, do you want to make the motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion for 5 minutes.
All right, motion for 5 minutes, and then I see a second from Alejandro. All right, and do we have any opposition in the chamber to the speaker's time being extended by 5 minutes? On the teams? All right, seeing none, we will go ahead and extend the speaker's time by 5 minutes and go to Mary's question.
Oh, yes. Okay, one sec. Yep, okay.
I love that. And so my question is, your title specifically says a resolution articulating a formal disagreement. You did say that it's not a condemnation, but if we do pass this resolution, isn't that a condemnation from the student senate of Naya's tweets?
If you interpret it that way, the resolution states itself that's articulating a formal disagreement.
What's the difference?
The difference is if this passes and you understand what the resolution is for what it is, because we are not denying anything that President, our student body president said. We actually affirm all of those things. And correct me if I'm wrong. So articulating formal disagreement is what the resolution is called. If you take that as a condemnation, like what is there left for us to do? Like that's my answer to that question. Is we're saying it's a formal disagreement, and we're trying to elaborate here that we're simply disagreeing. That's all we're doing, is just disagreeing with that statement. And I think we spent 2.5 hours last week. I clarified that point. We're disagreeing with our student body president. If you want to see that as a condemnation, I don't think there's anything left for me to do at that point.
All right, and we also have a question here from Asia.
Okay, so I want to be clear. I don't really know if I need this. Y'all know I'm loud as hell. But anyway, so you just said, right, that if that's how we take it, right, that there's nothing else that you can do, right? So why could you not just take Naya's clarification of the tweet as what it meant, instead of attributing your own beliefs about what you thought it meant and what it meant to you? So why should we trust, or why should we allow you to talk and condemn? Because it could be interpreted that way. It could end up having a bunch of ramifications for that. So I guess I'm curious as to how we should let that apply to the resolution, and why that was not the behavior from you all, from others, about Naya's tweet.
Well, 2 points there. One, if this resolution passes and you still feel like it's a condemnation, you're more than welcome to write up your own resolution and say you disagree with the way this is titled. But secondly, I think it's pretty inconsiderate to believe that this is not harmful to any students, and you're saying that this is, so I will tell you why this is not a condemnation. I'll tell you why it's a disagreement. This was this is a testimony sent in by a veteran who attends our university, and it says here, Whereas the intent of the retweet Death to America was later clarified to mean death to an America built on indigenous genocide in the back of black slaves, the impact of the specific phrase, Death to America, can be painful and destructive because of the origin of that term and the propagators of this term. This phrase has been used by the Iranian government since 1979, when 52 U.S. hostages were freed after 444 days in captivity that year. They were made to walk through the group of those who took them hostage as they shouted, "Death to America," to their faces. And every year, protesters mark the siege of the embassy, chanting "Death to America" outside the former embassy that sits as a mural-covered monument to anti-Americanism. The phrase's use has spread since then and is used by the Taliban and various terrorist organizations. It is also a slogan of the Houthis and integral to their history. The full slogan of the flag of the Houthis in Yemen reads, "Allah is the greatest, death to America, death to Israel, a curse upon the Jews, victory to Islam," who have been accused of multiple human rights violations. Furthermore, the propagators of this term do not respect freedom of speech and the rights of all people. According to the New York Times, the Iranian Revolution Guard killed over 180 protesters, wounded 2,000, and detained over 7,000 more over 3 days in November 2019. Also, they do not respect the rights and dignities of members of the LGBTQ plus community or the QT community. According to the Human Rights Watch, Iran's sexual minorities, especially those who identify themselves as lesbian, gay, bisexual, or transgender, are victimized by both the state and private actors, in part because of those actors know they can get away with it. This includes arrests, violent beatings, and sexual assault by Iranian security forces. The Taliban has a similar record from 1996 to 2001, and in recent days, just days after. This includes the execution of a 45-year-old mother and widow, and a burning down of her home in front of her children because she did not have food to cook to feed. These entities who continue to shout "Death to America" do not want to see a better America. They want an alignment with their own values. They want the death of freedom of speech, freedom to protest, freedom for people to live their lives based on their various identities. And I'd like to just state, I am just reiterating what a testimony was sent in to me by a student.
Is it okay if I ask a follow-up? Or just, does anyone have a problem with that? I want to let other people talk, but.
Yeah, speaker's time's expired. Max is putting, you can actually, I don't think from the chair, or can you? Yeah. Well, I'm seeing a motion from Emma. All right, and I see a second from Faith. All right, do we have any opposition? Oh. All right, any opposition in the chamber to extending the speaker's time by 5 minutes? All right, any opposition on the teams? Seeing none, we will go ahead and add 5 minutes to the speaker's time. I suppose I'm also just going to clarify where we're at currently in the session here. So as of right now, the speaker's time is continuing to be extended. There was a motion that was laid on the floor by Camden to get an amendment passed for this resolution. However, that has not been seconded yet, so that's also an option that's present here to motion to amend the bill. And then also there, Oh, no, it ended up, it wasn't a friendly amendment because it was like a large amount of text and it fundamentally changed what the resolution actually intended. Yeah. I see a motion from Holly. Oh. Okay. All right, I'll go ahead and put you on the speaking list. As of right now, in terms of speaking time, we have a couple more questions on the floor ahead. All right. But yeah, I just wanted to explain that for folks on the floor. Also that when we move out of this question period, there can also be a space for like positive speech, negative speech debate that we can have in the chamber. And so if you're looking for more of a statement with your questions, feel free to save them for a speech later on in the chamber. So now I've kind of laid that out. Does anyone have any questions, I guess, in how we're proceeding? All right. Okay. Continuing to move on, we'll add 5 minutes to the speaker's time. Were you finished answering the question, Martine?
Yeah, I was.
All right. And then our next one is Faith, and then we have Asia. Then, or actually, no, it's Faith, then Holly, then Asia, then Mary. Oh, yes, Holly? Oh, take Holly off. All right. Okay, so now the current speaking order will be from Faith to Asia to Mary. All right.
Okay. Hi, I'm Faith. First off, I would like to say that this is an incredibly tone-deaf resolution, and your sentiment behind it remains tone-deaf to the violence that is happening, especially on KU's campus right now. It is incredibly problematic. But Giovanna, this is kind of a question towards you. You being a co-author, I had to go to you last week, and I was the one to disclose that, and I was being called racial slurs as other disgusting sentiments behind those statements. With you hearing them in these chambers, has that shifted your view on this resolution, or do you hope to push forward even when you've heard the hatefulness and the violence that is being directed towards Naya?
Like we state at the very beginning of the resolution, we do condemn all those comments. Like in no way whatsoever we agree with them at all. I apologize that I did not know of them before. However, it did not change my mind regarding the resolution, because the resolution is not about that. It's just about a disagreement with the statement "Death to America," not with the comments that were made afterwards, which I disagree with.
I think if you don't stand with Naya, you stand against her.
All right. And with that, the next person on the list here will be Asia.
We all know I can talk for days, so we'll let whoever go next.
Let's see. Was it getting past that? Oh, Emma, were you wanting to speak? All right. Considering Emma hasn't spoken yet, then she would be first in speaking order.
I just wanted to ask, since it states in the resolution that this resolution shall therefore represent an acknowledgement of disagreement among students within the highest student institution at KU, why, if this is acknowledging a disagreement within the Senate chambers, why would we pass a resolution that formally disagrees if not everyone in the Senate disagrees? Like, why would we be doing a formal disagreement? That doesn't really make sense to me.
Well, I mean, that's the idea behind if this resolution is passed, then that would state that this chamber does have a formal disagreement with the student body president. So, like, that's, I mean, I hope I'm answering your question there. Like, if I'm understanding it correctly, you're asking why exactly, like, we're disagreeing. Like, why are we disagreeing within this chamber?
Well, it's just like, if there's a disagreement within the chamber, then why would, like, not everyone would agree, so why would it be a formal disagreement by the student senate? Because not everyone agrees, clearly.
That's a good question.
So that would be like another follow-up question.
Okay.
I don't know if we'll answer that now. The people you're currently ahead of in the speaking order are Naya, Asia, and Mary, so would y'all be okay with her asking a follow-up? All right, perfect. So you may go ahead and answer, Martine.
So you're asking why, okay. So if not everyone agrees with this disagreement, that's fine. As we articulated earlier, like, we're simply here representing a sector of students, a great sector of students who disagree with the statement, as seen by the co-sponsorship and just the amount of emails that we've gotten, student exec staff as well. Regardless, as we said, if you agree with the statement, if you agree with this resolution, vote in favor of it. If you don't, then don't vote in favor of it. And that's that. If we don't agree with that, if we all don't agree with the disagreement, then that's fine. Like, that's what the Senate chamber is for.
Thank you.
Who's next? Oh, if I can get the mic working. Yeah, Naya is next in the speaking order.
I just want to reiterate, I have no issue with y'all expressing a formal disagreement. That's totally fine. Do you think it's appropriate to condemn the racist slurs, the actions being taken against me, not only me, but also just the other Black students on campus being called nigger, being called monkey, having it vandalized? We have had students almost hit along the boulevard for simply walking while Black. So do you think it's appropriate to start this off with a condemnation of the hateful and disgusting rhetoric directed towards that, and then later on in your resolution speak to the fact that can y'all slow down? Yeah. I need to see the exact shit. So to say it must also be recognized that the United States has brought tremendous economic and educational opportunities, social mobility, rights, freedoms, and privileges that many have fought and died for. So do you think it's appropriate to condemn the racism and then follow up to say that, can I have it?
I see a motion on the floor to extend time from Danielle. All right, 10 minutes extension of speaker's time, and then I see a second from Faith. All right, do we have any opposition in the chamber to extending speaker's time by 10 minutes? All right, seeing none, we will go ahead and move to extend speaker's time by 10 minutes.
Awesome. So do you think it's appropriate to do that and in the same sentence talk about how great the United States has been to people when Black people fought on this soil for these rights and freedoms? Black people fought for the opportunity to have equal education in white institutions like the one that we live in. Is it appropriate to talk about rights, freedoms, and privileges when Black people continue to be lynched? Black people were burned alive. Black people were swinging from trees throughout this country. Where's the representation for that specifically in this resolution?
That's a great question.
All right, I'll go ahead and let you answer. I also just wanted to update on the speaking order. Now Sarah will be next following that.
Yeah, so you bring up a great question. And to be quite frank with you, I really, before you presented this question of appropriateness, I really did not see that. And
Are you deaf? Are you tone deaf?
excuse me, if I can continue. The reason that is expressed in that way is because we've had first-generation college students, other college students come to us and talk about how their families before moving to the United States did not have these kinds of opportunities. So it is. So you're saying if it's appropriate to condemn and recognize? I think this statement here, like I think we're moving away from the conversation. So let me just elaborate on that last clause that you're bringing up. We have to recognize the history of the United States. We are. I don't think anyone in this room denies the horrid history. No one disagrees with you. Not one person. And if you disagree, please stand up and say right now. I don't think there's a single person here that disagrees with what your sentiment and your clarification that you posted on Twitter. Not a single person. We all acknowledge it. However, saying things like death to America, what does that do? That caused, it obviously affected students. But anyway.
A reminder, in terms of commentary, like we need to make sure that we continue to follow the speaking order in relation to this. Also definitely be using the mic here. So yeah, just reminder that we need to make sure we keep speaking order.
So I think it's just like a recognition that right now we're having this conversation in a higher institution. I think it's a recognition that we have the privilege to be here. Like regardless of what your identities are, like we are here having these conversations. And like you and it's been brought up several times, the right to free speech, the right to protest. This is the right to free speech, and we're disagreeing with one another. And that's simply what this is doing. It's recognizing every single thing and affirming it, confirming it, and shouting it loudly. Death to systemic racism, death to everything that America has been built on in the fabric of society. Yeah, we agree with that. But the statement itself, death to America, has caused, turmoil with students. And that's what we're here to represent. And we're trying to say that we're here in the United States having these conversations. Like we're here. What does death to America do? It just alienates people from having an actual fruitful conversation and recognizing our past. It's recognizing our past and looking for productive ways forward. If we can't disagree with one another like we are now, then how the hell do you hope to achieve, better equity, equality for other students? Like, that's what America is. We're here having these things so that we can do that. We have the institutions, we have the places, the things in place to do so. So that's what that statement means.
Ethan, can I do a follow-up as well?
Can she respond?
Oh, you are a speaker. You are a speaker, so yeah, you can do a follow-up.
Also, I want to state as an international student that the United States is really, compared to other places I've lived, obviously somewhere else, it is a place with great opportunity, great education, social mobility that does not exist hardly in any other country in the world. So I think it is important to state all the benefits that the United States bring to this country.
All right, the next person in the speaking order would be Sarah Grindstaff on Teams.
Hi guys. So I just wanted to clarify for my own understanding, if just correct me if I'm wrong, but this, as you just explained too, this is a resolution to not condemn Naya's remarks, and not to say that there is a disagreement against them, but just to say that there does exist a disagreement among students and among the representatives of those students here at KU.
Sarah, you're exactly right. That's exactly what this resolution is doing.
Okay, thanks.
All right, thank you for that, Sarah. And then we will move on to Jet on Teams as well.
Hi. Is now the right time to make a statement in support of this resolution, or is that for a different time?
So you would be waiting to make like a positive speech on the resolution. So that will be when we're done with this question period and we're moving to a new speaker.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Yep. All right, and the next one we have here, what was your name? Jeffrey. All right, so Jeffrey is next in the speaking order.
So this is more just a question. In the whereas, you talk about the 13 American service members that were killed in Afghanistan as a reason for why you shouldn't use death to America. But at the same time, are you going to count the numbers of people that have been killed by cops, Black people that have been killed by cops, those that have been assaulted any way, shape, or form, any type of representation like that, that also shows, although America has great opportunities for people, at what standard are we still holding it at it every day, every time?
Yeah. You make a great point. So, I mean, these are all great questions, and if we could add every single clarification and responses to your questions on the resolutions to make that very clear, we would. But to keep it as concise as possible, we believe that, you know, the first four whereas clauses of this resolution do recognize that. I mean, it states that we are saying the same thing as, you know, what Naya's clarification to death of America is. As it says here, the student senate, the student body, and society at large must recognize and acknowledge the horrific and detestable history of the United States, as stated by the student body president, Naya McAdoo. And so, to answer your question, no, we did not, exactly stipulate that in this resolution, but we felt that, using the clarification that our student body president gave to that statement, we could utilize that to help, illuminate that fact. So.
Right. Let's see, Naya, I have you down. Hamad is next in the speaking order. Hanif, do you have a motion? All right. I see a motion from Hanif to call a question on the bill, and I see a second from Camden. Is there anyone here in the chamber that is in opposition to calling a question on the bill? This is a reminder that this will end the debate. Yes, Mary? All right. Danielle, did you also have Huh? I believe Ari withdrawed that. Yeah. Right. Still wants to.
Yeah, made to call any questions, so Art can give her negative speech.
All right. Motion that's been properly moved and seconded on the floor, so unless people want to withdraw that, and now seeing that there is opposition in the chamber, we will have to move to a Teams vote to determine whether or not the chamber wants to remain in debate or to move to call to question on the bill. Huh?
If you'd like to go sit down on that chair, decompress and take off your mask for a couple minutes, you can do that.
And also, as just informed, to make sure that we strive to not use ableist language in the chamber. Using terms like tone deaf can potentially be ableist for members of our KU community, and so yeah, just wanted to put that out to the chamber. And the poll will be going up on Teams on whether or not we will be moving to vote on the bill. To vote on voting on the bill. So this is a vote to end debate on the bill.
Why aren't you a senator?
I feel like you don't
This is called representation.
I know.
Listen, I am the CCO. CCO.
She became a senator.
Fine. Mic off. Are you trying to You can, yes. You're ex officio. Hey, you just can't second. Oh.
All right. Everyone, please come back into order here. Thank you. The poll has now been posted to the general. The question is, do you support ending debate on Senate Resolution 22302? Please vote yes if you would like to end debate, no if you still would like to continue debate on the matter, and abstain if you would like to abstain from this vote. All right, I still see responses rolling in, so we'll give another minute for the vote on the matter.
Como actúan como quinceañeras.
I'm not sure they need the majority for it being a procedural matter. I don't think it. I wasn't sure.
I'm thinking we're going to go ahead and investigate that to determine whether it needs a simple majority or 2/3 vote. Can I get a motion for recess to go into 5-minute recess here? Oh, yep. Huh? Huh? What? Oh, true. Okay, we'll go ahead and take a look here. Voting is still open for those who need to vote. I'll say we'll go ahead and examine this here. We won't motion into recess. We'll just identify whether the voting needs to end with 66% approval or a simple majority.
My answer is so simple, so clear cut. But then I have to like create things. I don't know. It's just like.
What's the article?
Are we in a 5-minute recess? Alright, hold it up for me. Give me 5 minutes.
What do you want to do? I don't think it's. No creo que sea una forma de hacer.
Are we in recess? Apparently we're getting help.
Oh, you already know. Okay, I will abstain. If you flip it. All right, there you
Diga esto, diga esto, diga esto.
¿Qué?
Ahí andan. Diga esto, diga esto, diga esto. Digan esto, diga esto. Ojalá gane, si se pasa, pero si no, pues. Hicimos exactamente lo que.
Hello, testing, test. Hey, if you guys want some donuts, there is some left in the Senate office, but you have to go by our office. There's also apple criddle. There's no pizza. I think there's.
No. I was.
But yeah, there's donuts in the middle of the Senate office. Apple critters. Whatever. You did not hear this.
I said he's so
Yeah. Come on, tell us where.
You are not hearing any of this conversation.
And like I'm so shocked. And like.
You need to come over there? Okay, we're good.
It might be really stressed.
I feel like all the older people and then like sit like back there like if you look at them while we're speaking, they'll be like,
I didn't look at them.
you know, to say when you grow older you grow wiser. They also say like you become more conservative as you're older. Like I've definitely gone a lot more like I was so really conservative. So if you're saying that we can continue on,
Yeah, I know. I'm saying it in my ear because I cannot hear you.
ay, mi amor, ay, amor, ay, amor. Yeah, it's just like.
Spelling it wrong.
Smile away.
All right. Thank you everyone for giving us time to investigate that. According to Robert's rules from what we can find and according to the legislation and motions guide on the general teams, it says that a motion to close debate and or say moving the previous question would require a 2/3 vote to pass. Unfortunately, with a vote of 22 in the affirmative, 16 in the negative, and 3 abstentions, this does not have 2/3 support to end debate, and so we will be continuing debate on the matter. All right.
Yeah, we really had it on the presentation.
Okay, thank you for bearing with us. Martine, I believe that you had 2 minutes left for your speaking time. Would you like to reclaim that?
Yeah, I think I see a negative speech on there.
All right. Yeah, a negative speech from Ari. Do you want to reclaim your speaking time or?
Yeah, if that, whatever.
Huh? Well, no. What I'm saying is like Ari would be a neg speech, and so would you like to not be on the floor anymore for questions or?
I'll take the 2 minutes for questions. Yes.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. All right. We will continue for 2 minutes for questions from Martine, and then we will move to a neg speech from Ari. All right. And I believe the next person who had a question for you was Hamad. All right. Moving on from that, the next person who had a question was Asia.
I would like to yield my speaking time to.
All right. We have Sadie coming up here with the microphone. Asia has yielded her speaking time to, what's your name?
Taylor.
Taylor. All right. Thank you, Taylor.
Hi, everyone. I'm Taylor. I came with Naya. So first and foremost, I'd like to say that I feel like you guys were completely dismissive of Naya and everything that she had to say and everyone else that is in disagreement with your resolution. Second, I don't see, if you want to start a discussion and you say that it's just a disagreement between students, why does it have to be so formal? It doesn't make sense to me. As far as military, I've been military 19 years of my entire life. My mom is in the military, or she's retired Army. My dad is Army. My stepdad is Army. So that's part of the reason why I picked the school, because when I was researching schools to go to, this was one of the ones that had the highest standing with military personnel. And I can definitely assure you from multiple military people, they wouldn't be offended by the tweet. It's our First Amendment. That's what they're fighting for. They're not fighting for, certain people's opinions. I'm not saying it's wrong to have your opinion, but at the end of the day, to condemn one person for having an opinion and, put her down in multiple type of ways, that's wrong. And, it just doesn't make any sense. When Black people and other people of color, when they want to enact their First Amendment and have free speech, everyone wants to put them down, and it's not fair. And I don't think that it makes any sense for you guys to have a formal disagreement for something that she enacted. It's her right to enact her First Amendment. And, I just don't see why this really should have any supporters. And of course, this is my opinion. But at the end of the day, I want you to really step back and think about it as a minority to this country. Would you support something like this if it was on more of a national scale? And then as far as other countries not having certain opportunities, I've traveled to multiple different countries. I've seen the way that their healthcare systems are set up, their education systems are set up, the way that they treat their citizens. And I can assure you, there are places that are a lot better than America. They treat Black people with so much more respect than this country ever did and ever will.
Thank you. We have a motion from Sadie over here. 5-minute extension to speaker's time. Do we have a second? I see a second over here. All right, so we will go ahead. Is there any opposition in the chamber to extending speaker's time? All right, seeing none, we will continue.
I feel like if we're going to truly sit here and say that we stand in solidarity with Naya and we see her and we hear her as a person, there's no point in actually, having people look at this because you don't stand in solidarity. And I feel like this whole resolution, it completely contradicts itself, because you want to sit here and say in the very beginning that it demands respect, or at minimum basic human decency, but did you condemn the people that threw racial slurs and transphobic slurs? I don't think so. I didn't see anything of that. And I think it's completely wrong to sit there and say that you want to do something, but then at the end of the day, you're condemning her. Whether it may not be a blatant condemning, it's condemning on a level. And I think you should recognize that as something. Even if you disagree with me, recognize it. Maybe go back through and read everything that you put and look at it from a different perspective. Get someone else that might agree with the resolution and see, take stuff out, pinpoint it. Okay, I could see where other people are coming from. Maybe I don't disagree. Maybe I disagree with it, but at the end of the day, I have to respect other people's views. And I feel like Naya's view was not respected. I feel like she shouldn't have had to clarify her retweet. At the end of the day, it was a statement that resonated with her, allow her to feel out the way she feels without taking away from her as a person, as a student Senate president, just anything. And I feel like you guys are being very dismissive of the way she was feeling, and just completely, whether it's blissful ignorance or just unintentional ignorance, to everybody else that, went at Naya.
All right. Martine, you have 3 more minutes left for response. All right, and Holly, do you have a question? Okay, I'll put you in the order.
Well, first and foremost, thank you to your parents and your stepdad for serving in the military and your involvement with that. Secondly, to address a couple of your points, We did the exact same thing that the rest of a bunch of the exec staff did in condemning the racist and terrible tweets that were directed towards Naya. We did the exact same thing, and it's stated in the first whereas clause. So if you're going to come at us with we didn't condemn them, then I expect that the same with all the people in the exec staff because we did the exact same thing. Secondly, this this resolution has never been intended to invalidate and dismiss the way Naya felt. I think the whole direction this conversation has been led is to dismiss the way students on our campus have felt. As I've said, we have co-sponsors on this bill. We have written testimony. We have people coming to us saying they disagree with this statement. And so, for anyone to say you're dismissing Naya's point in presenting this resolution, well, I'll say if we didn't present this resolution, we are dismissing thousands of students that are on our campus that disagree. And so, just by virtue of logic, then I expect the same thing. So, yeah, we're not dismissing Naya by this resolution. We're actually empowering it. We're saying let's talk about it. And maybe that's not the best use of vocab there, but we're trying to talk about it. We're not trying to dismiss. That's the point of this discussion, is to talk about what was said. And yeah, Naya has every right to, protect speech and free speech and express her views in whichever way. We articulate that's fine. She's more than welcome to articulate whatever she wants on that Twitter. However, students were affected, and that's why we're presenting this resolution. So not to dismiss those students. And so with that,
Okay. I saw a motion from Faith.
Motion to extend, how much time do we have?
Okay, so we have 1 minute left as of right. Extend speaker's time by 5 minutes. All right, we see a second here. Oh. All right, is there any opposition in the chamber to extending speaker's time by 5 minutes? Anyone on the teams? Okay. Oh, I already got her. All right, so we see that motion has been properly moved and seconded and has no opposition in the chamber. So we will go ahead and increase speaker's time by 5 minutes. All right. And with that, the next people on the speakers list, we have Holly, Faith, and Mary. So Holly, your deferment can start. And what's your name?
My name is Jaina, and I first want to start off by rereading this the statement at the end. It says, the student body is at large must affirm and share student body President Naya sentiment towards the horrid history of the United States. However, it must be also recognized that the United States has brought tremendous economic and educational opportunities, social mobility, rights, freedoms, and privileges that many have fought and died for. So I don't agree with that at all. So I'm going to read you what I wrote. First, I think the statement is really ignorant and insensitive.
I will say this is primarily meant to be a question period. Is this more meant to be a speech?
No, there's a question at the end. I'm just saying.
Oh, so a question with a brief preface?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Okay. First off, there's a lack of effort, funding, and care for Black and Brown students, let alone their learning. And there's history here, goes back to slavery, they didn't want us to read. And there's a popular saying, if you don't want Black person to know something, put it in a book. So there's that. And then we don't have the same rights. We have rights legally, it's in our Constitution, but do we actually have them? Are they being acted out? And do we have them literally? And you said we have privilege. As a Black person in America, we have no privilege at all. When someone sees me, they see my Blackness. They can't separate me from that. And if they say they can, they're lying. You can't separate that. It's part of my identity. So my question is if she clarified what she had said, why are you bringing up points like terrorism and the Taliban and stuff? Because it doesn't make any sense to me. She clearly said what it was about. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it just doesn't make any sense. And then sorry, I don't know if this is his name. I'm super nervous. But Jeffrey brought up a point that you're invalidating like the many lives that were lost during slavery by saying this because you're comparing it to terrorism and saying that they've also killed people and da 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 da, you know, like it just doesn't make any sense to me. When Black people have been lynched, police brutality, like all that stuff. And I feel like if you vote in favor of this, you're contributing to systemic racism, and you're not doing your part as an American to stand up for all of us. So yeah.
All right. Martine, your response?
Yeah. To answer your question as to why the Taliban and terrorism was brought up, that was from a testimony that was given by a military affiliated student, a veteran. And so that's why we brought that up. And so to your point about what Jeffrey was saying, I agree. But we're not comparing this resolution and trying to equate or, you know, dismiss the fact of what slavery has done in our society. The reason why, like, the Taliban and et cetera was, we're not comparing the Taliban and terrorism to slavery. That wasn't the intention at all, or like expressed. The reason why the Taliban and terrorism was brought up was because, historically speaking, death to America is something that they use when they're committing acts of violence against Americans. And so that's why that was brought up with the Taliban and terrorists, was just to clarify that the origin of death to America is from terrorists and the Taliban and the Iranian government, who have consistently used that slogan.
All right. Next in the speaking order is Faith.
Okay, so first I would like to make a formal apology for my ableist remarks. I did not mean to offend anyone, so I sincerely apologize to everyone, both in the Senate chambers, online, and anyone watching. Okay. First off, look around the room. Look at the crowd that you've brought in of the Black folks sharing their experience in order to go against what you're saying and the condemnations. All right. So if you could scroll up all the way real quick for the sponsors real quick. Okay, so first off, do you know L-I-K my balls? Because if you do, great. Lick my balls. I think that's what it's actually called. Second off, okay, so okay.
For everyone laughing, that is actually a really good friend of mine. So
yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
So also, this is kind of a point. Like, I'm gonna ask a question at the end of this, but from my perspective, I see a pattern of manipulation left by your old mentor and an old friend of yours, Grant Daly. As Tiara said, you know, they are shutting down Black women in Student Senate, and you are contributing to that issue. Do you see that issue? Second question I have, why are you pushing this resolution so hard? Personally, you've said that you would add amendments to it. You would do X, Y, and Z. Obviously, if it needs this many amendments, or do you not think it's a power grab? How do you go again? How do you go?
All right. So we have multiple questions there. So yeah, are you done with your question period, Faith, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you repeat your first question so I understand?
Yeah, so do you see this pattern of manipulation, such as shutting down a Black woman and the condemnation, even though it's not technically condemnation, of Black women and Black folks, especially our President Naya, left by your old mentor and an old friend of yours, Grant Daly? Do you see this pattern of manipulation and isolation?
I don't, because regardless of who was in office, whether that's Naya, whether that's anyone else, whatever, you know, identity they hold, if they express something like death to America, students are gonna be upset. It has nothing to do with Naya or her identity at all. If anyone else wrote that, you know, shared that retweet of death to America, Black, brown, white, it doesn't matter. This resolution would exist, so I don't really see. I mean, I hope that clarifies, you know, why this is not about Naya or her identities that she holds at all.
Okay, so the second question was why you
We might need to actually move on in the speaker order before.
Okay, sorry, y'all.
So I'll go ahead and mark you down again. Next person would be Mary.
Hello. So my question is, given that you disrespected the current chair of UA, Faith Lopez, last week in committees, in multiple committees, and you're attempting to essentially silence Naya, I'm basically questioning your intention right now. I know you accused the UA chair of having like the political power grab when she ended her committee, and so I'm wondering why you're pushing so hard for this legislation when you seem to be like throwing accusations at the UA chair and ultimately being more harmful than good in this body or in this chamber.
All right, so that question has been asked there. I see a motion from Faith to extend speaker's time. Second from Alejandro. How long are we extending speaker's time? 5 minutes. Okay. And do we have a, well, we have a second. All right, is there any opposition in the chamber to this matter? All right. Seeing none, we will continue the question period here. Martine, you may answer.
Yeah. So to address, maybe the first portion of your question when concerning Faith and the UA, just so that we don't get into circular arguments that were presented last week. Yeah, I did say that because this resolution had to pass 2 committees to get to the full Senate, and when even I put a message in the Microsoft Teams of my tardiness to submit this bill before Friday because this wasn't even created until the night before committees. And so I acknowledge my lack of responsibility and not getting the resolution out to all the committee chairs. However, after I did inform Faith, after we had a conversation together, and she did initiate that conversation with me first about it, but after she initiated that conversation and confronted me about it, I did say, hey, this resolution is going to go through UA. Well, while I was in the middle of presenting this bill in student rights, UA just concluded their meeting with the knowledge of that this resolution was hopefully supposed to pass. So I did make that statement of, I don't know why UA ended so shortly. I don't know if it was for political reasons or not. Not a political paragraph, but for political reasons. But I'll state right now, I take that back. I said that in the midst of trying to get this resolution passed. And, but yeah, I said that because that's how I felt at that moment. Those were my feelings at that time. And I spoke, out of, just, reactionary. So I take that back. And so, yeah, I hope you can understand why I would be frustrated, why a meeting would end early. Anyway, and so to address your second point about what's my intent here and why I'm pushing this so hard, I'm pushing this so hard because I see the lack of ability for anyone to feel comfortable expressing any kind of disagreement here in this chamber and in this university. I feel like there's a lack of, basic human conversation and dialogue to discuss these tough topics. And so, yeah, I'm pushing really hard for a disagreement because if this doesn't get passed, what are you saying? You are voting against the fact that students disagree. That's what you're voting against. And so if we cannot have a disagreement, if we cannot talk, I see a lack in that. That's why I'm pushing it so hard. And I'm pushing it so hard because countless students have come up with this concern about what was said. And so to hear what the students are saying and to do nothing, that would be against my position as a student senator. It would be against Giovanna's position as student senator, and anyone in this body. If students come up with a concern, I would hope you would bring it up to the student senate so that we can discuss it. And right now, that concern was just a disagreement, and we're presenting that. So the intention of this bill is just to simply articulate a formal disagreement, express it clearly, and if you agree with it, well, great. If you don't, cool.
So we're supposed to be understanding that your feelings were hurt and you were angry, but Naya's gone through years of oppression and her tweet was bad.
Oh, hey. We need to move on to the next question there. Everyone, please make sure when we're going through speaking here, make sure to not continue to go at the speaker following your question, because this is primarily supposed to be a question then speaker period. So yeah. All right. I see. Yes. What was your name again? Alicia? Alicia. Right. All right. What was your first name again? Farzad. Okay. All right. I will say to the chamber that we only have like 1 minute and 36 seconds left once we go to the next question here. A motion can be made to extend speaker's time, or we could move into debate and start talking about the bill itself. I understand like the want to remain in the question period. However, like also to like get some progress to debating the resolution tonight, I think it also might benefit us to move to make speeches regarding the resolution.
I motion to end questioning and go into speeches.
So it wouldn't be like a motion, it would just simply be that like the speaker would relinquish their time.
I relinquish my time.
Okay. All right. So we can go to end that sort of question period. Did anyone else like, we do have like 1 minute and 36 seconds left. Is anyone like wanting to ask a question, or do you think that we can get these out in speeches? Over here.
It's just a really quick question.
All right. Is everyone in the speaking order okay with the Taylor's quick question? Okay.
I'm not going to go on a tangent or anything. I just really want to know because I feel like I have had no clarification. Again, you said that you just really wanted to make it like a disagreement so like you can get people talking. But if you just want to get people talking, why does it have to be such a formal disagreement? Like we could talk amongst ourselves. And if I feel like if you really want to do something and if you want all students to feel heard, maybe like put something out to the students and say, hey, we're going to have a get together regarding Naya's tweet. But you don't have to make it so formal.
Right.
And I feel like you never really clarify. You just keep saying, like, you keep reiterating the same thing that you want all students to feel heard, but you're not really clarifying why it has to be so formal if you just want to start a discussion.
Yeah, and that's a great question. And actually, after the resolution went by, I was approached by members of the Student Senate who said maybe it's in the best interest to not write a resolution and make a statement instead. And I did try to seek that path. However, just due to the constraints of the Student Senate and procedure, we weren't able to transform the resolution into a simple statement itself. So we had to go through with the resolution.
Do we have any more questions on the floor? There are 30 seconds left. I see one question back here. What was your name? Caroline. Okay. Also, thank you, first person to say their constituency tonight.
So can you elaborate on why it cannot be shifted into a statement? I'm not sure I understand the logistics of like why this has to be passed as a formal resolution. I think a lot of people have expressed that like we're not really sure why this needs to pass as a formal disagreement when we have a lot of disagreement about passing this specific resolution, because I feel like a statement would be so much more effective, whereas like certain senators and student body people and higher chancellors can like sign that. Does that make sense?
That does make sense. Thank you for your question, Caroline.
So what we'll go ahead, I'll allow you to go ahead and answer that with like a quick 30-second response, and then we'll move into debate.
I am more than happy, and I think Giovanna as well. Are you okay with if we went with if it's allowed in this chamber and if it's by our bylaws, we're allowed to change this resolution into a statement? I am 100% more than happy to do so. Giovanna, are you? We both discussed that we would be more than happy to do that.
I will say, pursuant to like the bylaws of this chamber, we're not allowed to change it to a statement. The only legislation that we could pass is a bill, a petition, and a resolution. And so a statement, essentially a resolution would be a statement from this legislative chamber. And so it already is currently a statement. Whether or not it needs to be a statement that's approved or not approved in this chamber is like the question that is being brought forth here in the resolution. Okay, so just to clarify that the resolution is already a statement from the Student Senate chamber itself. Okay. All right, and with that, speaker's time has expired. We do have some speeches on the floor. The first one here will be a neg speech from Ari, our Policy and Development Director. All right, do you want a neg speech or a pause speech? Neg speech. What was your name? Lena. With last. Okay. All right. Hamad, you had a next speech? Yeah, I think I got you. Joffrey, next speech. All right. Naya?
I'm gonna say next speech, but I'm gonna defer it to, is Jason still on? Yeah. Okay, no, never mind, Jeffrey has it.
Okay, perfect.
Actually, wait, I'll do the next speech myself.
Okay. Holly?
I have a speech just for the Senate president-elect.
Okay.
Am I allowed to read it?
As a next speech or a pause speech?
Negative, I guess.
All right. Okay, and then we have people, Jet, you wanted to make a positive speech, I believe. That was correct?
Yep.
All right. Okay, so as of right now, the current speaking order I have is Jet on the positive side, and then Ari, Hamad, Lena, Joffrey, Naya, and then Holly with the deferment on her side. Okay, so we will go ahead and commence debate with Ari. Everyone in this debate will have 2 minutes to state their case and then can get their time extended, have a question period, same sort of thing. You also had. I will say you can state whatever you want when you're making your speech. Unfortunately, it does kind of have to be on a side just to like balance out debate, if that makes sense.
What about a neutral speech? Can a neutral speech be
speech
introduced?
I don't know if that's ever been done in the chamber. Well, the thing is, like, I'm trying to figure out, like, would it even need an amendment? Like, it's a speech. Yeah. Okay. You had a. Okay. I feel like we could potentially just, because like I feel like these rules are coming from Robert's Rules of Order to have like a pause speech, next speech, pause speech, next speech. But I think like adding a neutral portion to that wouldn't necessarily be in violation of the spirit of the rules in terms of taking a position. I guess. Here.
I think we should just do like
a head vote. All right, I'll just ask, like, is there anyone in opposition to amending the rules and allowing for like neutral parties to speak to the bill? Camden? All right, Camden is formally against that, so we would have to take a vote to decide whether or not we're going to allow people who are neutral on the resolution to speak. And this, I believe, would be a 2/3 vote to suspend the rules and allow for that type of debate to go.
Like, really cool.
This like specific.
All right, the vote has been placed on the general teams. If I could just get some quiet in the chamber real quick. So the vote will go through on teams. We will be voting, do you approve suspending the rules and allowing neutral parties to speak on Senate Resolution 2022 through S302? Vote yes if you would like to allow this to happen, no if you would not like to allow this to happen, and abstain if you would like to abstain. Right, so this vote is to approve suspending the rules and allowing neutral parties to speak on this Senate resolution. So vote yes if you're in favor of doing so, no if you are not in favor of doing so, and abstain if you would like to abstain. Thank you.
22 plus 10, how much is that?
22 plus 10.
32.
Yeah, 32.
34.
She's amazing right now. I love her right now. She's literally like, I am very much in touch with her, and I feel no, as you should be. I know. I like. I'm very much with my dog. Just bring me along. She did like.
Well, just close it. All right, everyone, I'm going to allow 30 more seconds for people to vote on this matter, as I still see votes are coming in, but then we will move forward to close the voting. All right, everyone, thank you for waiting. Oh, there's still voting coming through.
Just close it.
Please vote on this legislation. Please vote on this motion. Here. The thing is, it's really close. All right. We'll go ahead and close the voting on this matter. All right. And it looks like we have 25 in the affirmative, 12 in the negative, and 2 abstentions. So we'll move to calculate that. All right, so with 25 votes for suspending the rules to allow for neutral parties to speak and 12 votes against, that is a 67% voting majority there. And so the rules are officially suspended and neutral speeches are allowed to take place in the chamber. I am thinking that we will probably go for like pro, neutral, against. Probably in that way. It seems like the most efficient. I don't know. Is anyone disagreeing to that order? All right. Okay, and could the parties that were wishing to give neutral speeches please raise their hands again so I can get their names? All right. Okay. Max. You had your hand up. What was your name again? Okay.
The professor.
All right. And your name again? Chantel? Chantel. Okay, perfect. Okay, so we will move to start with a next speech here, and that will be from Ari. Oh, and our chief of staff would like to make a quick point regarding time.
Yeah, just for everyone to know, so like if we make it to like let's say we keep on debating for another half an hour, but we don't have quorum at the time of voting the resolution, there won't be like a point in any of this, and we would have to redo it. So you just have that in mind when you're giving your speeches. And if you do have to leave, please make sure you're still voting in Microsoft Teams, like so that we do have quorum, because it would suck if we were here for all this long and then we don't have quorum. So just a quick reminder.
It is 2 minutes.
Gotcha.
All right. Are you ready to begin?
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right, awesome. Your time starts now.
So good evening. As I was introduced before, my name is Ariana B. Chavaria. I am the Director of Policy and Development for Student Senate. The following are my views, that of my Senate position and of my status as an American citizen. I have lived in other places in the world. I have seen the way that they operate. I've seen the way that they do things. So I think my main question is like, what does it mean to be patriotic, right? I think that for a lot of people, it means to have a love for your nation, a pride for your nation, an unshakable faith in your country, fervent support for the things your country has done in its name. I think for others, patriotism can mean that you have such a love for the people that live in your nation and the nation itself that you want to see it change and get better. The only way you can do that is by critiquing your country. Without critique, there is no progress. So before voting happens on the resolution, I would just ask that, the chambers do a little bit of points of like self-reflection. The first being, I want you to reflect and ask yourself if you are offended, not offended, that the views expressed were expressed. Are you offended that the views expressed were expressed on the SBP Twitter account, or if you were offended that they were held and expressed at all? The overwhelming majority of the people in these chambers do not know what it is like to be Black. We do not know what it's like to be Black at KU. Whether or not you agree with the sentiments expressed is our responsibility to ask why someone might feel this way. America, and especially KU, is not innocent of the violence of racism. There is still much work left to do. I urge you to not vote on the basis of what your specific interpretation of the retweet was, but rather what the retweet and the student body president's explanation specifically said. I want you, again, to consider every single message of hate that has been sent. Truly think about the things that have been said to our student body president that are indicative of the exact issues that motivated the retweet. Make sure that you are firmly comfortable in standing behind or against these messages, or standing behind or against this resolution, and know that there is no room to do both. That's all.
Camden? Oh, question? The speaker's time has expired. So unless you want to make a motion, all right. Do I see any motions on the floor? All right, seeing none, we will go ahead and move through the speaking order here. The next speech would be a positive speech from Jet. All right, and Hamad, are you getting the timer up? All right, perfect. Jet, are you still on the call here?
Yeah, sorry. Is it my turn? My Wi-Fi just dropped for a second.
And also, can I get a point of clarification? Sarah, are you also wanting to be in the speaking order, or is that from your question earlier?
I would love to be included in the speaking order, yes.
As a positive speech, negative speech, or neutral speech?
Positive.
All right. Okay, thank you. Jet, you can begin.
Awesome. How long do I have?
You have 2 minutes.
So my name is Jet Simrick. I'm a representative for the School of Engineering. I just want to preface this speech is not meant to undermine NIA's First Amendment right. Rather, it's an understanding that this resolution is a criticism of the statement and that alone. I think one thing that we've glossed over in this long debate is that there's a large responsibility in having the voice of the student body president. And not only does it have implications for NIA herself, but rather broad implications for the students, the staff, the representatives, and everyone who's a part of the Student Senate, including everyone at the university. And I think it's important to acknowledge that the statement and the statement alone contains a lot of hurtful, hateful connotations with undemocratic values. And that's important to recognize, regardless of whether there's clarification regarding that. And I think my point in this is there needs to be nuance. And when we're making political demands, there needs to be nuance in when thinking about what we're saying, especially in the context of broader-reaching statements like what was said. I think what we're trying to reach with this resolution is kind of the strategy that's been used is kind of unproductive and divisive, kind of proven by we've spent almost 2 hours debating this rather than actually engaging and having a conversation on important things that do need to be changed. One other important thing to acknowledge is that the clarification that happened was post facto. And so students out in the community or other community members saw the statement for what it was at face value and were only able to make their based off of what was said, which obviously caused a lot of outrage and disagreement. And I think all this resolution is really trying to say is that there is disagreement. It's important to hear the voices of students, and certainly to maintain. One other thing is it kind of transcends the boundaries of how we've. When it comes from the KU president account, and then when it is retweeted on the Student Senate account, it no longer is just a question of freedom of speech for one person. It's rather a question of how that represents the university and the Student Senate as a whole. And so I think it's super important that we work as a team, recognize that we are a democratic institution and we should represent the views of all students and try and work together in a cohesive manner. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Jeff. All right, with that, we'll move into our neutral speaking order, and I believe you are first in that order. And yeah, you can just come up to the podium here.
Hey everyone, I'm Alicia. I'm Vice Chair for University Affairs, and I'll try to keep this pretty short. The reason why I'm saying this is neutral is because I in no way support the suppression of free speech, and I completely agree, and I don't want to undermine any of those experiences because as a white person, I will never understand, and I don't want to come off that way at all. The one thing that concerns me a little bit is that if we're just allowing free speech, I'm worried about like when future administrations come into this power, if we're allowing people to like retweet things on like the full Student Senate account, what keeps them from then retweeting things that don't align with what we're saying right now? Like, sorry, I'm really flustered and really nervous about this. But the thing is, since obviously we have a lot of disagreement here, and so what's posted on the full Student Senate account is not representative of all students, if, say, there were people who were against the protests or against things that I don't believe in, later on, could that then set a precedent that those people can retweet those other things? I don't know if this is making any sense at all. I guess my main thing is that I'm concerned that having like no like restrictions whatsoever could lead then the full Student Senate account to then become extremely specified to those running it and not necessarily representative of as the account as a whole, not in this instance, but going forward. If I have time left, I'll answer questions if you need clarification on that.
All right, you have 25 seconds left. I see a question from Asia. I think I saw that first.
So I definitely think that's a fair concern to have, like what sort of precedent is set. I think it's super important to recognize that there aren't any like rules or regulations in place about what the account should be like retweeting or not retweeting. And I've been through those things very thoroughly. And so that's why I really wanted to urge that everyone think about like who is represented or who are we caring about being represented. So I definitely like see that concern, but I think those things aren't in place now. So we shouldn't be condemning us that are triggered now about like what future people might do and rather about our own actions.
Was there a question?
No, I was answering.
Okay, well, I thank you, because it's
Answering
just like I'm a
questions.
freshman and I wasn't sure, and so like seeing this from an outside perspective, it's like, what exactly are the rules going forward? Because I don't want to be behind an organization that later tweets things that I don't agree with.
All right.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Well, thank you. We will now move on in the speaking order. And the next person in the speaking order is Hamad. Wesley, would you like to be added? For pause, neg, neutral. All right. All right. Hamad has deferred his right to speak to Mazzy, and Mazzy will be approaching the podium here.
My name is Mazzy Martinez, and I recently I signed an open letter coming from many of the leadership at KJHK, our student radio, in support of NIA and their rights. Notice I said an open letter and not a formal statement because not all of our leadership and those who represent KJHK were in agreement with an official statement. Even then, even between us, we knew better than to try to speak as a monolith or even expect all of us to agree and then release a formal official statement. This kind of thing is for an open letter signed by yourself and all of your sponsors. This is not any place for a formal disagreement. A disagreement that is only shared by certain people is for an open letter or a statement to one another. This is no place for that. Not to mention, the list of supporters, I saw many of that going around with freshman groups, all of whom, most of them, have no idea of the history of this party. Lastly, I'd like to say, Martine, you are a serial offender of harm against Black women. I don't understand when you will learn to read the room. I yield my time.
Thank you. We'll move here in the speaker order. A reminder in the chamber, we should strive to move away from ad hominem attacks when it comes to speaking on the resolution itself. All right. The next person that is in line to speak here is, let's see, Sarah.
Hey everyone. First of all, so I got 2 minutes, right?
Yes, you do.
Awesome. Okay, first of all, I'd like to say I cannot begin to understand how emotional and triggering this conversation must be for a lot of us in the room today. And it's amazing that we have the chance to engage in this healthy conflict in this democratic way. At the end of the day, that's how I view this legislation. And if I had a chance to put my name on that list, I would. At the end of the day, it's pretty simple. There's no real stance being taken here. There's no real condemnation happening. It's simply saying that there exists a disagreement because there is. That does exist. We are a representative body. We represent constituents, and some of those constituents do not agree with this statement that was published on the KU student body president account. It's that simple. It's, if those people want their voices to be heard, I think it's our job as senators to not act in self-serving ways and to make sure that we are serving those people that elected us and who disagree with this statement. And it's not, it doesn't have to be personal at all. It's just saying there exists a disagreement among the student body here at KU, and that's okay, because that's the catalyst for change, and that's an amazing thing because, yeah, America. That's all.
All right, thank you for that, Sarah. Next, we'll move to Chantel with a neutral speech. Oh, and did we have another speech back here? Hanif? Oh, Hanif, you're making a motion to call to question? All right. Okay, so there's a second by Camden, a motion by Hanif, and a second by Camden. There is a speech currently on the floor, so we will listen to this speech, but then we will move forward to look at the motion. Is that all right for everyone in the chamber? All right.
Okay, so my name is Chantal and I'm a representative of the Military Affiliated Student Center. I am a disabled veteran with multiple deployments. In this instance, I believe most of the veterans we are not discussing or even fighting the fact that to freedom of speech. You absolutely have your freedom of speech, and I can never ever relate to you in the sense of a Black woman. But what we are and most concerned about is that it was used on a public student senate representing KU. And as I say, yes, this comment did hurt me personally, absolutely. But you have that right to have that freedom of speech. And you could post it on all these walls if you wanted to. And you can say it on signs or whatever. But being on a public forum in which we read KU boasts to be number 5 in the whole universe for the military affiliate student. So we should be represented also in a respectful manner, just as you should be respectful. And in a case like this, I don't want this to sound like it's undermining, but military students and veterans are also a very small portion of population who've been treated like shit. We are often treated like shit. We are not afforded. And to give you an idea of the military, not all of us agree with the orders we were given when we were going to war. But the fact is, we were given those, and you know, we didn't want to go to jail. Obviously, we have families to provide for. And it's very disheartening that we are also misrepresented and, you know, viewed a certain way. So that's all I have to say.
All right, thank you. And just to put up the current status of the floor, there are about 6 neg speeches left, although there are currently no speeches on the positive and neutral side. We currently can't really continue debate without having positive or neutral speeches. And we also have a motion on the floor to vote on ending debate for this resolution. Did you have something as well, Lena? Unfortunately, there is a motion on the floor that's been moved and seconded, so we'll see. Depends on how the chamber votes. So as of right now, it says, do you support ending debate on Senate Resolution 2022-302, Part 2? Please vote yes if you would like to end debate. Please vote no if you do not want to end debate, and abstain if you would like to abstain. This will require a 2/3 majority. All right, we will go ahead and continue voting for about 1 more minute here as votes continue to come in. All right, as of right now, voting is continuing. However, we currently do not have quorum in this chamber. And so we still need about 28, 29. All right, so we do need 6 more people to vote. Or
Just like text someone that you know that was in this chamber and left early to still vote on Microsoft Teams, please. It's like super essential that
Yeah.
we do have quorum.
okay, so we have 6 votes left as of right now. The number is 37. Not necessarily do it again, it's just we will have to close and adjourn the meeting. All right. Okay, currently I'm seeing, huh? Oh, yeah. Currently I'm seeing members that are voting on this that aren't actually senators. So the integrity of this one is kind of shifty. But yeah, Wesley has called quorum, so we'll go ahead and take a roll for the Student Senate.
Who did you say didn't,
Hmm?
like when you said some people are voting that aren't voting?
All right, currently calling the Student Senate roll here. Do we have Business Senator Luke Rottinghouse? Are they in the chamber or on the teams? No? Okay. Dylan Morrell from the Business School? Present. Evan Winden from the Business School? Present. Nate Nielsen from the Business School?
I'm here. I'm just on Teams.
All right. All right. Jet Simic from Engineering?
Yeah, I'm on Teams.
All right. Malik Benayed from Engineering?
Not here. But they have an excuse absent.
Zachary Kraus from Engineering? Nope. Derek Jang from Engineering? Here on the teams? No. Tanner Helton from Engineering? No. Dorothy Haggard from Engineering? She's here. Is she on the team since she state her presence? Dorothy Haggard from the engineering school? Okay. Moving on, Zach Nielsen from engineering. Here. Tasman Benti from graduate school. Not here. Jenny Lorraine Nelson from graduate. Okay. Corbin Allenbrand, a graduate senator. Here. Oh, did I mishear that? Is Corbin Allenbrand here? No. Is Dorothy going to respond on the teams? Okay. Zachary Patton, graduate senator. Here. Okay. Jonathan Rogers, graduate. No. Cynthia Ziaka, graduate. No. Hypatia Medina, graduate. Connor Works, graduate. Someone on Teams can't hear. Can someone open the chat. Thanks, Humberto. Conrad Sakos. Can you speak a little louder, please? I mean, I'm speaking into the microphone, so I suppose I don't know.
Oh, they're just asking you to speak a little louder.
Okay. Conrad, can you hear me better now?
Perfect. Thank you.
Awesome. All right. So what was my last roll call? I think I left off on, yep, Connor Works. Is Connor Works here, present in the call or in the chamber? Okay. Justin Schock, graduate. Present. Conrad Sacco, graduate.
Present.
All right. And I was informed that is Malik Ben Ayed here?
Yes, present.
All right. And has Dorothy Haggard gotten onto the call?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, yes, she's here. Cool. Jesse Ayestas, International Graduate Senator. Yeah. Giovanna Pastor, International Undergrad. Present. Tan Gwen, International Undergrad. Is Tan here? Not currently.
Oh, yeah.
Huh? Oh, on the teams? Yes, perfect. Deepak Kumar, International Undergrad. Are you present here or on the teams? All right, seems not. Allison Burns from Journalism and Mass Communications. Are you present? No. Kim Singh Prasith from Journalism and Mass Communications. Nope. Brittany Usry from the Law School.
They were here, but
Not in the call. Brett Halligan from the Law School. Okay. Lena Abdelmoidi from the College of Liberal Arts and Sciences, Junior Senior. No. Julia Stopran from the College of Liberal Arts and Sciences. Julia. Oh. Could I have her either say that or put it in the chat? Yeah, you can call her and I can move. Danielle Wolf. Perfect. All right. Alejandro Renga Lopez. Derek Dunn. Caroline Steele. Angela Davis. Melissa Martin Del Campo. Vilma Alvarado. Elena Rea. Diego Chavez. Sarah Grindstaff.
Here on Teams.
Hi, Julia. Are you on the Teams or just being on this phone?
I'm on the team, but I didn't hear it.
Okay. All right. I'll just count your presence here. Meg Friday from College of Liberal Arts and Sciences. Thank you. All right. Turner Seals.
just from secretary.
Secretary. Ainsley Vandergazen.
I'm current here on Teams.
Awesome. Alex Flathers. I believe they left. Yeah. Camden Baxter. Prasad Jujua. Kunal Gupta.
Present on Teams.
Jana Banerjea. From the College of Liberal Arts and Sciences, Jana Banerjea. All right. Meg Farney. Gabriella Fisher. Luke Stanford. Naomi Mitchell. Dustin Nelson, Pharmacy. On here or on the Teams? Did I hear a Russell or Dustin Nelson? Okay, apparently not. Faith Lopez, Social Welfare. Joshua Navarro on campus. Here. Sadie Williams, off campus. Lily Harvey, off campus. Nathan Fulton, off campus. Murtaza Shoaib, off campus. Martine Vasquez, holdover. Sharif Subira, holdover. In the chamber or on the call. Sophia Pacente, holdover. Present. So. Lena Mose, Lasu. Mary Morrison, all scholarship halls. Darlin Bell, First Nations. Oh, there. Julie Zuberchin, Asian American Student Association. Eric Daines, OSTEM. Colin Campbell, Undergrad Business Council.
Present on Teams.
Awesome. Emmanuel Chukwudibem, International Students Association. Currently not here. Stuart Burns, Student Veterans of America.
I'm present.
Awesome. Will Metz, UA Committee Associate Senator. Anna Sophia Lahavari, DEI. Sahar Baha, Finance Associate. Okay. All right. 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 6, yeah. All right, so currently we still do not meet quorum. We have 36 students. I could recall the roll, or we could motion to adjourn the meeting.
We just need one more. So reach out to senators that were here, please. We just need one more senator. Who you know?
Question.
Yeah.
Jeffrey, the BSU senator, was that called? Representation, thank you.
Nope. Currently was not listed, so Jeffrey, being the Black Student Union Senator, gets us through quorum. All right, thank you, everyone. And now we will move on to another vote here. Let's see, we had 29 to 8 to 2.
Yeah, that's fine.
Would that be fine? Wait, is that the last vote? Yeah, I think that is. Okay. All right, so as of right now, we have supporting ending debate on Senate Resolution 2022-302. 29 have voted in the affirmative, 8 in the negative, with 2 abstentions. Let me go ahead and calculate that. Oh, wait, but there were also non-senators that voted on this, I remember. Okay. Huh? Well, I can't tell the numbers unless I do like a person by person. Okay. So we are going to go ahead and do another vote on this matter because the last vote had non-senators voting on it, just to show transparency to the chamber on that. And so we will move with another vote. Do you support ending debate on Senate Resolution 2022-302? And it'll be the same as last time. Yes, if you concur. No, if you would not like to end debate, and abstain if you would like to abstain. And you'll see that popping up on the teams shortly here. All right, and a reminder so we can make sure that this is good. Make sure if you are not a senator, please do not vote on this matter in the general teams. And yeah, just get your votes in here in the next few minutes.
Hey, Umberto, it's not letting me vote on my phone. Do you know why that is? Yes. All right, has everyone had a chance to vote on this matter that wishes to do so in the chamber? All right, is there anyone else who still needs to vote on this matter in the Microsoft Teams? All right, seeing none, we will move to end voting on this. All right, we have 32 votes in the affirmative, 2 in the negative, and 4 abstentions, so this motion clearly passes to end debate. All right, and with that, we will now move to voting on the resolution itself. And so watch out for that poll on the general teams here. All right, the poll that's been sent to the chat is, do you approve Senate Resolution 2022-302? Yes, if you support the resolution. No, if you do not support the resolution, and abstain if you would like to abstain from this vote. All right, has everyone had a chance to vote on this resolution that is able to do so in the chamber? Has everyone had the ability to vote on this resolution in the Microsoft Teams that has the ability to do so? All right, seeing no one's expressing opposition, we will move to end vote. Oh, we did have one more vote come in. All right, I'll give 10 more seconds. All right, with that, I will move forward to close voting here. And with 13 votes in the affirmative, 22 votes in the negative, and 5 abstentions, this vote clearly fails. All right. With that, we are out of our regular agenda. Do we have any announcements from anyone in the chamber? Oh, I see a motion to adjourn from Danielle and a second from Mary. Is anyone in opposition to adjourning? No. All right. Thank you for your time. We are now officially adjourned.